traffic down there trying to get across the bridge, yeah. All the way 15 minutes earlier.
Standards, accreditation. This thing here, I'm rolling. Can't sustain.
I asked Scott Macklin last night, has he checked in?
Yeah, we're missing
And
him,
they
aren't we?
said, yeah, and they said, yeah, he's checked in. So I called him, I said, can I get a ride with you this morning? He said, no. And that just kind of threw me off. He said, I'm in Northwest Arkansas.
That'd be a
So
long
the lady
ride.
at the hotel said, you were here. And that was the other thing. When I asked her, I thought she was doing it.
I'll come back up there once I send you the emails for
Okay,
reference.
okay.
Good morning, young lady. Thank you.
And then I'm supposed to look at
Yeah, I usually just use this thing because I know how to use it most of the time. Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Feel funny with y'all sitting over there, sorry, so you, we can scoot, but then you have to just start moving everything.
Let's see. Yeah,
You ready?
gonna be a long day, it looks like. But it's better than 2 days.
Absolutely.
Mike, have you heard from Jeremy? Is he surviving so far?
Okay.
Can you give him a-
Are we ready to get started? Okay.
I admired it.
Are we on, Dan? Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the October 18th, 2018 meeting of the Charter Authorizing Panel is called to order. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Department of Education and ask that you check your electronic devices and please silence those. The Charter Authorizing Panel oversees the authorization, renewal, revision, and revocation of charters. The charter panel has 7 members, and I'll introduce everyone today. I'm the chair of the panel, Ivy Pfeffer, Deputy Commissioner for the department. We have a newly appointed member, and that is Greg Rogers, ADE Assistant Commissioner for Fiscal and Administrative Services. Not actually new to the panel, but returning to the panel. So we have Dr. Mike Hernandez, State Superintendent for the Office of Coordinated Support and Service. We have Dr. Angela Kramers, who's the Deputy Director for Career and Technical Education at the Department of Career Education. We have Mike Wilson, one of our education advocates and attorneys from Jacksonville, and Toyce Newton, who is a former State Board of Education member, and Dr. Neckerman Williams is unable to be with us today. As my chair, it is my goal to facilitate a fair and responsible hearing. We will ask that each person speaking come to the microphone and clearly state your name and title for the record. And we are live streaming this meeting, so we will ask you to please speak clearly in the microphone for our viewing audience. That'll be important for them. So at this time, we will begin the meeting with the consent agenda, which has the minutes from the September meeting. I would ask you to make sure that you've reviewed that consent agenda. And if no one has any questions, I will take a motion on the consent agenda.
Move the approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The motion is passed. We will move forward with our action agenda. And can I have Dr. Boyd or Ms. Hyatt talk to us about the process for our first item on our action agenda, please? Okay.
For this?
Yeah, Ms. Hyde, if you will explain the process that we're going to go through, and we've got several items listed on the first item under standards for accreditation.
So just by way of, Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education, just by way of background, you saw some of these last month, but July 1st, 2015, we adopted a new standards for accreditation rule, making waivers under the old standards for accreditation kind of be repealed. So we've been working with the open enrollments and the district conversions to move them from their waivers under the old standards to the waivers under the new standards. You saw some district conversions last month. These are the remaining district conversions as well as all of the open enrollment charter schools. So in terms of these, we're going to review them all as one chunk since they're presented as amendment requests, but because they're just a mapping over from the old standards to the new, they'll be reviewed together. So we're going to do the district conversions as kind of one piece, and then the second piece will be the open enrollments. There are two separate C and D. Oh, C, which was a separate amendment request for Haas Hall. That issue has been resolved, and so that we actually need to remove that from the agenda. And then there was also, oh, okay, sorry. And so that issue, we resolved that issue late yesterday afternoon. So we actually don't need to visit that on the agenda today. So we just need to do the district conversions and then the open enrollments and vote separately on the two of them.
Okay, so we will begin then with item A under the action agenda. So item A are all of our district conversion charters that need to have their standards, their waivers from the old standards mapped over to the new. So at this time, just looking at that list from item A, panel members, do you have any questions for Dr. Boyd or any member of the department? Okay, and Dr. Boyd, were there any issues you needed to make us aware of?
No, ma'am. I believe everything you discussed in the last meeting, there were similar things that happened with these, but there's nothing new came up.
Okay, so panel, if there are not any questions, I will accept a motion on item A.
So moved. Move the approval of item A.
Okay, we have a motion to approve
Second.
in a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, those are all approved.
Thank you. And then item B is the open enrollment. There's nothing unusual about these as well.
Move the approval of item B.
Okay, so I have a motion, but prior to that motion, I wanted to ask if anybody has a question from the panel. Did any panel member have any questions about any of these? Okay, I did want to check to see that on the open enrollment charters, there were a few of those that had a waiver from the health and safety standards. And those new health and safety standards, the way they're written under the standards of accreditation, are fairly broad. So I was going to ask to see if we had some clarification on how those schools are using those health and safety standards.
Yes, I believe Trip Walter from APSRC will be speaking on behalf of those schools that have those waivers.
Okay.
Good morning, Dr. Pfeffer, panel members. My name is Trip Walter. I'm a staff attorney with the Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I have asked those open enrollment charters who hold the waivers that have been deemed the three waivers that have been deemed health and safety by the department for information. So I don't know how the chair wishes for me to proceed, just to go down alphabetically, or how you would like to. Whatever the panel's desire is, I'm glad to do.
Okay, and if there's a common response from those, if you want to just kind of group those together, or if we need to go through those, I think I had a list here. I'm not sure what I've done with it. Yes, it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 10 of those who had a waiver from item 2E1, 2E2, and 6A2 of those. So
right, and as I said, at the chair and the panel's pleasure, I can either go through school by school or just give a general synopsis of what the trend seems to be, and then
Why don't
go
you give
from
the
there.
general synopsis, and if then there are any further questions, we can do that.
Okay, great. As to standard 2-E.1, the nursing and health plan, that one, it appears that there are a fair amount of schools that have that waiver that do provide nursing services. They are using the waivers for flexibility purposes in that all of them may not have either full-time nurses or nurses who are direct school employees, but rather they have the flexibility to hire nurses on contract and perhaps on a part-time basis. I have really not seen any where there's been any kind of absence of nursing services or health services that are out there. They're all providing some level of service, even those that do not have a nurse that affiliates with them. They have increased training for the staff to be able to respond to minor medical emergencies, and all of them have a plan in place for student health.
Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay. Do you want to go ahead and move the 2E2?
Okay. 2E2, a common response there was that the schools were following all federal, state, and local government safety for buildings and ground requirements to ensure student safety. Of course, one distinctive with open enrollment charters as opposed to school districts is many are in leased facilities and do not own the facilities, but obviously they are ensuring to the best of their ability that there are plans in place and all applicable laws and codes concerning building and school safety are followed.
Okay. And then the last one was it 6A2?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I have is 6A2. I'm getting to a common response here. In 6A2, many of the charter schools, especially the larger one, do have an individual who acts in a facilities manager capacity and does oversee the facilities and building safety plan for the school. Students are participating in regular drills concerning fire, tornado, and active shooter scenarios, and appropriate materials are in place and distributed to visitors and patrons of the school and school facilities to advise them of the practices being taken. Another measure I would mention and failed to on the previous waiver is that schools also indicated that they were investing in safety equipment, hardware, et cetera, also to further help safeguard their facilities and protect the students and staff and patrons of those facilities and the school.
And on 6A2, that standard specifically talks about adopting and implementing school safety policies and procedures in accordance with laws. So I guess my question, it would waive them from the requirements of adopting policies and procedures, but I guess with the conversations you have, you're not saying that they don't have policies and procedures for safety.
Absolutely not.
Okay.
I view it as a way similar to example for a discipline policy. For example, a large percentage, as you're aware, of the open enrollment charter schools hold a waiver from student discipline policies. And what that means, as well as their provision of other services, doesn't mean that they're going without, so to speak. It's just they want some flexibility to implement it in a way that works, especially for their schools. So I see it in a similar fashion. It's not that they're going without plans by any means. It's they're just perhaps doing them in a little different way that's more particular to their school.
Okay.
But they are ensuring that the services are being provided.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions then?
Dr. Pfeffer, would we want to consider perhaps a waiver conditionally, on condition that they submit their policy and procedure for health and safety, especially for the safety as a consideration?
So, and we may need help from legal on this one here. Typically, in terms of safety policies and procedures within schools.
Can you repeat the question?
Okay, Dr. Kremers, you want to ask your question?
Could we ask for a conditional waiver pending them providing a copy of their policies and procedures for safety, that those are in place?
So, to my knowledge, we've never done anything like that before. I think that it would kind of reduce the impact of having the waiver, because if they get the waiver, then they are essentially waived from having that requirement. So then it would essentially be operating as if they didn't have the waiver. So I don't know how effective that would be in terms of granting the waiver. I do know that I've worked very closely with Mr. Walter, and we've had conversations about these school nurse and safety policy for several months now. He has been diligent in talking to every school that had the waiver and ensuring that the students' needs were being met and that the students were safe at school, to a point I think that we feel that he's answered those questions for us. But if there are remaining concerns, then we can talk about.
I think I can help add some assurance. I definitely understand where you're coming from. There are a couple of things going on across the department that I think would suffice for this. So for one thing, charter schools that are eligible for facilities funding are required to submit documentation that supports that their facilities are safe and that they are doing the procedures they're supposed to keep those buildings safe. So that's something that has to be done, and there's an assurance signed annually in order for them to get facilities funding. Then in addition, if there's a statement of assurance that's signed for standards for accreditation, and if there were to be an on-site monitoring from the standards for accreditation or from standards and system support, that might be something that they ask for and the school would have to produce at that time.
Okay. Dr. Hernandez, did you have a question?
Yeah, this may be for Mary Claire. So safety policies, I understand the concern about, we want to make sure they have those, but are those safety policies part of that protection that's not supposed to be public or made public? Do those fall into that? Because I could obviously see if they have how they evacuate and all those things, and being out there where it was submitted to us, that could be problematic.
So the standard as it's written is very broad, and it doesn't necessarily point, I think, to one type of plan. I would say that it probably includes things like evacuation plans, what happens in case of like a weather emergency, that kind of stuff, but also like a evacuation plan in case of like an active shooter situation, and also things like how to make sure the building is operating in a safe manner and that the students are safe there. It's really broad the way that it's written. So, since it's so new, I'm not sure we have that much clarification on exactly if it meant one thing. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that was just I know when I think about safety plans, and I'm not speaking for you, Dr. Kramers, but I'm imagining you're thinking about safety of students and what they would do in these different safety scenarios. So I would think that that's something we probably wouldn't want submitted to us.
Okay, panel, are there any other questions? Okay, if not, I believe we have a motion. Would you like to continue with your motion for approval?
Well, I move the approval of item B.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve item B, the mapping of the waivers for open enrollment charters. A second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. That's what, yes. Do we need to go ahead and fill out the voting sheets on items A and B for those?
No, ma'am.
Okay. We're not doing
Yeah, not for item A and B, because you would all be saying the same thing, I believe.
okay. So we do not have the voting sheets for item A and B on those. All right, so at this time, we will move on to, I believe it's item 2. So item C has been pulled. Do we need to take any action to pull that item from the action agenda, or? As noted earlier, item C was addressed, has been addressed, and there are no issues with that.
So, since there are no formal operating procedures, I think if you would prefer to vote to remove it, I think that's fine, or it can just be removed. The issue that was actually in item C was resolved and was actually approved as part of item B. So,
Okay, so they've been approved, they've been taken care of?
Yes.
Okay, if there aren't any objections, then we'll go ahead and just move on to item 2 on the action agenda, which is a request for an amendment with KIPP Delta Public Schools. And I see Dr. Boyd coming.
I'm so sorry, Madam Chair. Mr. Shire is not here yet.
Okay.
Would it be possible if we could move to item 3?
Yes, I don't think that's a problem. So if panel, anybody have any objections to moving on? Okay, we will move on to item 3, which is an amendment for the Excel Center. Dr. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Excel Center, on October 19, 2016, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the application for the Excel Center. The charter is approved to serve students grades 9 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 125. The representatives from the Excel Center are appearing before the charter panel to request an amendment to the current charter. And just as a reminder, this is an adult education charter, so the students at this school are 19 years and older. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind as you review their amendment request. In addition, they have been operating for a short time, so I believe the request is in an effort to kind of clean up some things that they realized they needed to operate successfully. So on behalf of the Excel Center, we have Tamiko Davis, who is the principal.
So will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay. All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. You are recognized, Ms. Davis.
Okay. Good morning. Again, my name is Tamiko Davis. I'm the school director / principal of the Excel
Can you-
Center. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I don't think the audience can hear you. Is that better?
Is this better?
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, I'm Tamiko Davis, the school director / principal of the Excel Center. And I come before you today to request some additional waivers from the standards of accreditation. The first one is standard 1A129. Which reads that a unit of Arkansas history shall be taught as a social studies subject at each elementary grade level in every elementary school in the state, with greater emphasis at the 4th and 5th, but then at least one semester of Arkansas history being taught to all students 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, or 11th, and 12th. We're seeking this waiver based upon the second part of the standard because it requires the semester to be taught during grades 7 through 12. And the students that we enroll have various education backgrounds, and with some with and some without secondary credit. And because Arkansas history is not a course required for actual graduation, we make sure that we cover the other courses, the U.S. history, the world history, the civics, the economics. So we're meeting the standard for the history component for graduation requirements, and that is why we're asking for that waiver. The second waiver we're requesting is the standard 1A51, which states that all schools should provide a minimum of 178 days of student-teacher interaction. And we're doing that, we're asking for this one because the Excel Center model includes instruction that is accelerated, so therefore we condense similarly anywhere between a semester and a 4 years of coursework within one 8-week term, and we have 5 8-week terms within the school year, and our class times are anywhere from 90 to 180 minutes. It just depends upon how many credits we're granting for that course. So again, we're asking for that because with the adults that we're teaching, we're trying to make sure we provide them a balance between school and work life. The next two items were previously in the standards that were in the crossover that Dr. Borden, so they're actually duplicates, which were 1A52 and standard 2D1. Those two were duplicates. So, and then the next one is standard 3A5, which requires that the school district employs a general business manager responsible for the fiscal operations of the school. And because the Excel Center is actually funded directly by Goodwill Industries of Arkansas, we utilize a person within their finance department to do all of our fiscal services, as opposed to hiring an additional employee for the Excel Center. And then the last standard that we're requesting waiver from is standard 4D2. And it reads that each public school district should not employ an individual, including a substitute teacher, whether directly employed by the school or through a teaching services contract, whose license has been suspended or revoked by the State Board of Education for disqualifying offense, or those licensed or unlicensed individuals who have been sanctioned for an ethical violation in accordance with the laws of the state of Arkansas and the rules of the department. And we're requesting this waiver because we understand the reasoning behind the standard and the need for this standard in a traditional setting with protection of minors, but because the Excel Center is an adult high school, we are asking for this waiver. Additionally, because Excel Industries of Arkansas and Goodwill Arkansas Industries initiatives are second chance employers, we have a waiver of teacher licensure and a qualified candidate deserving of an opportunity within the Excel Center, and he has passed the child maltreatment registry and all the other background checks. So this individual was previously a licensed teacher, and he was convicted of a crime 11 years ago. He served his time, completed the reentry program at the Goodwill, and which was a 16-week program with a focus on soft skills, reentry to the society, and career goals. And upon his completion of the reentry program, he was hired to teach in the academy at Goodwill, and which is licensed by the Arkansas State Board of Private Career Education. He had been teaching in the academy for over a year when the Excel Center was being implemented, and he expressed interest in working at the school. And then, so therefore, at that time, management reached out to ADE's ethics department and was told if we could document the success of him, and because the school is for adults, we could hire him. But we would just want to make sure that he is covered so that he's not in fear of his job, and to make sure that we are within standards. So, of course, we wouldn't employ anyone that we know would be of danger. He's one of our best teachers. He's one of the most supportive teachers we have. He's actually our East facilitator, our East program that we have at the school. He's a facilitator for that. In addition to the standards that we're requesting waivers for, we're also requesting amendments to our measurable goals that were submitted in our original charter. And within that, in our original charter, the measurable goals outlined included the outcomes for the ACT Aspire. But upon review of our student body, our operations, we realized we don't have any students that qualify to take the ACT Aspire. So therefore, we needed to make adjustments. And so, and then also taking into account the ESSA indexes, the 5 categories for that. So we're trying to align what our measurable goals would be along those indexes, so that you can see how they kind of cross over, so that we can be graded and have a reasonable or a very informative school report card. Because as of right now, even when you look at our school info, there's nothing out there for us, and we want people to be able to realize what we're doing and how successful we truly are being. So the first indicator of weighted achievement, which is 35% of the school's report card rating, we've identified the weighted achievement for the Excel Center to be the number of graduates that earned an industry-recognized certification or concurrent enrollment credit. So as you know, as our students are going through the high school courses and the requirements for high school, we're trying to make sure that we prepare them for what comes next, what comes after high school. We don't want them to just focus on receiving a high school diploma. So we're proposing that 60% of our graduates will earn an industry-recognized certification or concurrent credit by the time they're complete at the Excel Center, along with 50% of our students that are enrolled to earn at least 1 credit per term. So we're not having adults just coming to the school, wasting time, killing time. They're actually progressing and they're improving, making improvements within themselves. The second is the growth school value score, which is also 35% of the school's report card. And we're identifying that for us to be the iReady assessment. Of course, we don't take the ACT Aspire, so the iReady assessment is the assessment that we utilize for our students. Students come in, they take it upon initial enrollment, and then they take it again midway through their enrollment, and then they'll take it a third time at the end of the enrollment. And so with that, we're looking and hoping that as students are progressing within, you can see our actual growth in our students with that iReady assessment. And then with the iReady assessment, the given typical growth of a student who is 2 years below grade level has a 30-point gain over the course of a year. And again, because we're doing 5 8-week terms in a school year, we're proposing that on an average, our students will have the 10-point gain so that we can say that they're making those strides to improving. And then the third index, school quality and success score. At the start of 2018-19 school year, a postgraduate survey was created to help the Excel Center track the success of our graduates. And because we're educating adults, one of the goals for determining school success is the economic impact our students have once they leave. So with that in mind, those factors are affected by employment and education. So with the implementation of the postgraduate survey, the Excel Center has placed a goal on itself to ensure at least 50% of our students will be employed or further their education after graduation. And that post-graduation survey is actually completed 6 months after they leave the Excel Center to give them time to show improvement. And then the final, of course, is the graduation rate. The final goal with that amendment that is being requested, because it falls under the graduation index of ESSA. In a traditional school, the on-time graduation rate is calculated by the 4- and 5-year cohorts. But because our students enter at various ages and at different times of the year with various credit attainment history, it is best for our graduation rate to be calculated taking the number of graduates at the end of the academic year and divided by the school's actual enrollment over the 5 terms. This method also creates a standard for determining the school's annual enrollment as opposed to the set date used by other districts due to ongoing enrollment every 8 weeks. Because we have the 8-week terms, if we're not at capacity, we receive in additional students to try to get to capacity. In previous goals, we identified a 10% graduation rate the first year, 15% the second, and 20% every year after. But after completing the iReady assessments over the course of the first year and a review of the students' previous education completion via transcripts, many of our students enter at a much lower levels and with far fewer credits than anticipated. Due to the accelerated structure of our curriculum, if a student does not score on grade level in math or reading, remediation with students is required so that we can ensure we're not setting them up for failure. So we're not trying to become a diploma mill. So if they do not have the content knowledge, we don't just automatically say, okay, you go to the next thing on your transcript. We make them go through remediation. And it's because of the overwhelming need for remediation by our student body, we're requesting the amendment of the percentage of graduates. During our first year, we did not have any, not the 10% set as the goal originally, and we're requesting the goal for the first year, of course, to be 0, the second year to be 10%, and the goal of year 3 and beyond to be 15%. I will say this coming December, we actually have 5 students, our very first inaugural graduation, we will have 5 adults who will receive their high school diplomas. They will actually be complete with class in 3 weeks, but this actual ceremony will take place in December.
All right, so you do have just a little bit of time left.
Okay.
Is there anything remaining that you want to share with us, or are you ready for the panel to ask questions?
They can ask questions.
Okay. Is there anyone here to speak in opposition before we go? No. Okay. All right, so panel, we'll go ahead and go to questions. You have any questions about the amendment request? Mr. Wilson?
Not as such. It struck me that the vast majority of your students are female, 3 or 4 times as many as male, and that doesn't have to do with the waiver request, but that looked very unusual.
I will say it is growing. When I first got to the school in March of this year, we had maybe 10 male students, and that number has doubled to 20. They come and go, of course, because they're adults and different life barriers, but we are getting greater male interest into the school.
Ms. Newton?
My question is about the licensure and the individual, the gentleman. It's not necessarily for you, but for the department is how we'll proceed in setting a standard as to how we deal with situations like this in the future, because likely they could come up again in another environment.
Yes, and that was my question as well. It's my understanding that there is a process in place to mitigate for a circumstance like that came up at your school, and the waiver would not be necessary in order for you to go through that process. So that's where I wanted to get some clarification from legal as far as if we actually waive this standard, are we opening it up too far?
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. I will let Alexandra give you more information about that process that they went through. In terms of 4D2, the standard, I think, one, I just want to make sure that it's clear that it's different than a waiver of the background checks themselves. That's in law and is a prohibited waiver. So anyone that received a waiver of 4D2 under the standards, the person would still have to pass the required background checks. This is the only school that has requested a waiver of this to date. Granting a waiver of 4D2 would not just be for the one individual, because we can't really limit waivers of the standards in that way, like give an exception for one individual. So granting the waiver would be a waiver of the provision as it stands for anyone. That doesn't mean that they would not have to comply with background checks and stuff like that. And Alexandra has more information about the process that they went through with PLSB.
Okay, so I'm learning a few things in the moment. So after speaking to Deborah Kaufman, the Assistant Commissioner of Public School Accountability, about the intention of the standard, which is a brand new standard to the standards for accreditation, it seems like the ideal approach would be that the teacher requests for their license to be reinstated, which I know the Excel Center has talked to the Professional Licensure Board, but I don't think that it ever made it to the state board for consideration to reinstate the license. So I guess we need a little bit more discussion.
And Dr. Boyd, I think I can also help add some additional clarity now that I'm thinking through this. It's my understanding that this was added as a part of the standards for accreditation. The whole licensure process still is in place. The request for a waiver from a disqualifying offense, all of that is still in place. What this standard does is put in place for school districts that the school district has to ensure that the people that they are employing have either passed the background checks, or if there are cases where they're not, they go through the process to get that person a waiver from the disqualifying offense. Should a school district not, this standard is in place then if the department should need to work with that school district to correct that situation, because otherwise it's simply a matter of employment, and school districts could be hiring people and not really adhering to the process, and there is no tie or sanction from a standards of accreditation perspective. So that the addition of this standard was to elevate that as far as a standard for public schools to ensure that they're following the employment process for the background checks and going through a process to clear up anything as you all did. So in my mind, really the waiver is not necessary for you to be able to employ those folks. It's just a matter of going through that process and ensuring then that the district would not be in violation of a standard to protect students.
One thing I do want to note is that I believe if the license has been revoked, that the state board doesn't have the authority to reinstate it. If it's been suspended or something like that, I think it can be revisited. But if the license has been revoked, then there's not a way to reinstate that license. So for an individual whose license has been revoked, I don't think following this standard, they would be able to be employed by a district, because I don't think they can go through a process that would allow them to obtain a teaching license or to have their license reinstated. And it's my understanding that in this individual's case, the license has been revoked. So the waiver would be necessary, but again, it wouldn't be limited to that individual, because it would just be a waiver of the standard in general and not for one particular person.
So to clarify, if this standard is not in place, you're saying that a district can employ an individual whose license has been revoked?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm more confused than I was
Yeah,
before.
I think I am too. I
Wasn't
think
gonna
that,
admit it.
I think that this, yeah, I think we have more questions. I'm not sure if a license has been, okay.
So I guess I just have probably more of a general question, sorry. If a school district has a waiver from teacher's licensure, and they have a person that has their license revoked, are they allowed to employ them or not?
Under this standard, I would say no, because it says that anyone whose teaching license has been revoked or suspended cannot be employed, shall not be employed, basically in any capacity, including as a substitute teacher. So even if they had a waiver of teacher licensure and the person was not operating as a teacher with the license and was operating under the waiver, if their license was under active suspension or had been revoked, I don't think the district could employ them unless they had a waiver of 42 in the standards.
And just because a license has been revoked does not necessarily mean that they would show up on a negative background check. Is that a true statement, or that it would?
So I think there is a possibility that you could have your licensure revoked for something that wasn't necessarily a disqualifying offense or something that put you on the child maltreatment registry that would pop up during a background check. So you could, I think, hypothetically have someone whose license had been revoked that didn't necessarily, that would still pass a background check.
There have been additions to the Code of Ethics rules. In 2017, legislation was passed that also included those who were working under a waiver from licensure, that would basically, they would have the same sanctions as someone who was licensed. And there are, for someone who has a suspended or a revoked license, they are not able to be employed at that time of suspension or revocation, regardless of if they're licensed or not. I don't know how this actual standard plays into it, but again, I think the standard was written so that if a school was in violation of that, it would be a violation of standards for accreditation, beyond just having to operate as far as what the law says. It would actually be more of a visible violation of a standard for accreditation.
So in this scenario, we have a person that's employed by Goodwill already, and but what they're not able to do is cross over to the education part. Is that basically what we're saying?
Well, right now, he is currently employed by the Excel Center. And that's because this standard is new. So when he was hired, this standard wasn't in place. But now that this standard is now active and present, we're trying to make sure we remedy the situation.
And I think, again, one of the Dr. Boyd's comments was, but this waiver would not be limited to a one-person issue if this waiver is granted.
I will say that he has, like we said, he went through our reentry program with Goodwill. He is a hard worker. He has proven himself to be on the straight and narrow. So it would be heartbreaking if we were to lose him, but he's a good guy. He's one of the biggest motivators to our student. He actually can identify with a lot of the students and the things that they have to endure, because of course the demographic that we serve come from various backgrounds and have all kinds of legal issues, home issues, and things of that nature, and he's able to identify with them and show them that there's an alternative. There is life after making mistakes.
You know, while I understand that, I just worry about the ramifications of making a decision that's not an individual, but, you know, what the future ramifications are in other decisions. And I think it's fairly clear what the rules state at this point in time about the revocation. So that's my concern and my question.
Are there other questions related to that 4D2 standard from any of the other panel members? Okay. Is there a possibility, because there does seem to be a little bit, since this is a new standard, and you're raising some questions here that we've not discussed, is there a possibility that in your request that might be a waiver that you would hold on until we could maybe do a little more investigation and really look and be sure that we're all very clear and comfortable as far as what a waiver from this standard would mean, going back and really reviewing since we did have some updates to the law that include both licensed and non-licensed educators, and just looking at what is the full scope of this waiver. Is that something that maybe then would be a potential to come back if it needed to be added at a later time? I'm just asking that just because I can tell from, we don't want to hold up other conversations here. There just seems to be a little bit of concern with that. So that may be just something to consider as we go through this and talk about the final approval for your request, okay? Do we have additional questions in about their amendment requests? Dr. Hernandez, did you have any questions?
Just want to make sure the first one on the curriculum, so are they asking to, looks like waiving the Arkansas history requirement, and that's because they're embedding that, and don't we have a process for embedding courses, or am I?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think the case is that at any given time, they could have students who've all already taken Arkansas history and have that from 7th, 8th grade or something like that. And so then they wouldn't necessarily need to offer it. So I think that's the situation, just because their student body's so diverse.
So this would just be a waiver from having to offer it at all times?
Yes.
Okay, Dr. Kramers?
What would, if we hold off on the decision on that piece and revisit that, then would they be operating then against standards in the meantime? Since it's a new
With the
standard?
employment of that person. I think that's, go ahead, Dr. Boyd.
So if he remains employed, then they will be in violation of that standard up until the point that they either get a waiver or he's no longer employed by the school. We do a monthly process now for looking at schools' status for standards for accreditation. The final accreditation doesn't happen until the end of the year. So that process is designed to identify errors and have them fixed in a timely fashion. So for their October, November, December, it would flag.
Mm-hmm. But that is something then that we could look into immediately to set up a plan
Yes, that's correct.
to correct that, whether it would then be coming back and receiving that waiver, or,
That's correct.
and again, that would be a decision today of the panel, whether or not to keep that in there as part of a waiver request or not, so, okay. Mr. Rogers, did you have a question for the applicant? No? There were just a couple of things that I wanted to ask about in your, and I do appreciate the fact that you've gone back and reevaluated your goals, and you've written goals that make so much more sense in terms of the structure of your school. On the growth, you're using the iReady assessment.
Yes.
Are you thinking that that data then would be calculated for a school growth score instead of the data from ACT Aspire to
Correct.
determine growth?
Correct.
Okay, and that may be a question, Ms. Kaufman, I'm not sure that we are pulling in data from different data sources on that. Is that something we've discussed that we could do for them?
Deborah Kaufman, Assistant Commissioner, Public School Accountability. It's something certainly that in their charter would be appropriate to include in their goals and measures. As far as our federal accountability, we do have to follow the ESSA School Index as approved in our ESSA plan. So I was making some notes back there. We have been in conversation with schools exactly like the Excel Center for how we might consider alternative accountability for a future request of review by the federal government. But at this time, we're not ready for that. We have looked at other states that have had alternative accountability measures approved, and our feedback from those states is they are struggling to implement those. Now that they did get them approved, now to actually implement them, they're struggling. And so I think we need to take a little time to figure out what's going on with them, learn from them, and get our plans together for a future consideration.
Okay.
But at this time, they do fall under ESSA School Index.
Okay, but in terms of setting these goals up as a measure for
Their charter.
their charter and whether or not they're progressing,
That would be appropriate.
This would be appropriate.
Yes.
And we could assist with the calculation of that growth. I'm just wondering how they're gonna have that calculation. Is that something that the assessment?
So we could actually provide.
Sorry, go ahead.
So we could actually provide someone at the ADE and charter schools with a login to our iReady assessment as an administrator if we needed to, so that they could pull it themselves directly, so it wouldn't be secondary information if we needed to do that.
Okay. And
We'd be happy to work with
we'll
them.
just work together to
Sure.
try. Okay. Okay. And I think that was my only question regarding the information. Panel members, do you have additional questions that we've not
Just,
discussed?
Clarification on the graduation rate again.
Yes, ma'am. So our cap is 125, and so what we would do for our graduation rate is take the average of the number of students that are enrolled, of course, and that would be the denominator, and our numerator would be the number of students that graduate, and that's how we would get the percentage of graduates. Because they come in at different levels at different times of the year, it would be kind of hard to go based upon a certain date for enrollment or a certain space, because some of them do stop and then they come back 8 weeks later or 16 weeks later. So we're just trying to look at the total enrollment and how successful we are with the total enrollment for the year.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. So at this time, we can, I'll consider a motion for this charter request.
I'll try to make a motion, see if this works, but I would make a motion to approve the amendment request with the exception of 4D2 to be tabled until a later date.
And Ms. Height, in terms of discussion, do we do a motion and second before discussion, or can we discuss the motion?
If you're discussing the motion, then move and then second, and then have discussion on the motion itself before voting.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the amendment request with the exception of the request for 42.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that? My thoughts would be, we don't have anyone here from PLSB today, and so my thoughts would be, it would be good to have the applicant come back within a short-term process so that we could have PLSB here to make sure everyone's on the same page and we have a full understanding of what's in law, how this applies, and with this standard, what we would be looking at, since we know that it would go beyond one individual unique situation. Any other discussion?
Would that be perhaps at our next meeting?
We could do that, or we could call a special meeting to have within the next 30 days, and that would then work with the school in terms of a timeline regarding standards for accreditation. Okay, any other discussion? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so the motion passes. Do we have voting sheets ready, Dr. Boyd? Okay, so at this time, we would ask everyone to go to their voting sheets and record their responses.
Thank you.
And if you'll wait for just a moment here, we'll go through and confirm our feedback.
Gotcha.
Make sure you're recording on A3. We skipped A2. Okay, we'll now provide feedback. Dr. Hernandez?
I made the motion. The amendment request aligns with the mission of the Excel program. I do have concerns about the request for 4D2 and need clarity on the implications of granting this waiver.
Dr. Kramers?
I voted to support, especially with the exclusion of the 4-D2 to assist with final concerns I had to approve.
Ms. Newton?
I voted for the motion, and with the reason all questions concerning waivers answered satisfactorily, except with the exception of 4D2.
Mr. Rogers?
Similar to everybody else. I was, the 42 gives me concern, but the rest of it, I was good with it.
And Mr. Wilson?
I vote for the motion with the understanding that an effort would be made soon, perhaps before our next meeting, to resolve the licensure question.
Okay. And Ms. Davis, we will get with you, I get probably the end of the day when we discuss our next steps in our next meetings. And we do appreciate you being here. And congratulations on your first 5 that will be graduating. We look forward to that. Oh, 6?
Yes.
6 of them, okay. And so that's really exciting and some good news. Thanks for sharing that with us.
Thank you
right.
all.
Thank you.
First year, second year, maybe.
Okay, we will now go ahead and proceed. We're going to go back to item 2. Is that right, Dr. Boyd?
Yes, please.
Okay. Pam, are we good to keep going? All right, so we're going to go back to item 2, which is the request for an open enrollment charter school amendment for KIPP, Delta Public Schools. Dr. Boyd, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On March 11, 2002, the State Board of Education approved the application for KIPP Delta Public Schools. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 2,600. Representatives of KIPP Delta Public School are appearing before the panel to request an amendment to the current charter. And on behalf of KIPP Delta Public Schools, we have Scott Shirey, who is the Executive Director.
Okay, will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. We are ready for your presentation. You'll have 20 minutes. If you will state your name and position for the in the microphone, you'll be recognized.
Scott Shirey, Executive Director, KIPP Delta Public Schools. Good morning, members of the panel and Madam Chair. You see a PowerPoint you should have in your packet, and I'll go through this hopefully rather quickly. You've had it in advance. But as stated, we are seeking a waiver from a very specific portion of the most recent NSL rules under 6.07, 1 through 4. While this waiver may appear to be new, it's actually, as you'll see, the flexibility of NSLA some of the flexibility has gone away over the last few revisions. And so we're asking for this waiver to return to sort of a state of how we've operated in the past. And we'll walk through some of these prior versions so you can see. Again, I'm not going to read everything on the PowerPoint. As you well know, sort of where we are in eastern Arkansas, we are a quintessential high poverty school district. The whole purpose of NSLA funding was really to help close that equity gap between schools in low income areas and wealthier areas. So I think the flexibility in that money has been essential to being able to do what we do. Part of that is hiring the right instructional specialists, facilitators, coaches, to really give academic support in our region. And this is the section where, this is actually the broad section, 6.07.01. You can see employing instructional facilitators of literacy, math, science specialists, K-12 that meet the following requirements. According to a 2015 report, 21% of all NSL expenditures across the state were used for instructional facilitators, math or literacy coaches. So obviously a big portion of how NSLA money is being used across the state is for this very purpose. 190 of 238 school districts use these funds this way. And in 2013-14, this was by far the most common use of NSL funds. However, as I talked about, the rule and the flexibility for NSL funds has become more restrictive over time. In 2007, in order to be eligible for this, you only had to have 3 years of experience, specific knowledge, and a bachelor's degree. You can see in 2010, the years of experience increased to 4, but they did add a Teach for America provision, which would help retain some of those Teach for America teachers. If they had stayed in the classroom and then wanted to go into a specialist role, they could do that. In 2016, it became even more restrictive, adding that you must have a valid Arkansas teacher's license for all specialist and coaching positions, and in some areas went up to 5 years. And just to walk this through, you can see the 2007 NSL rules. It's highlighted there, just the 3 years and bachelor's degree. So this was a flexibility that we had used and utilized to help get some really good talent in those seats and pay for that talent without depleting operating funds. You can see in 2010, it shifted to 4 years. It said, or completion of the required 2-year training by Teach for America. 2012, there was no change. And then in 2016, there were significant changes, revised specialist qualifications, added a data coach position, added school improvement specialists, and then each position now required a valid Arkansas teacher certificate and did not permit an exception for Teach for America. And you can see it as it is today, which created a major hurdle for us in the Delta. So the impact of, you can see we've talked through all this. Let me get this. So the impact of that really is creating a couple things. The number of teachers and staff eligible to serve in this type of role for us has been reduced to a select few. And then one of the primary ways our region has been able to expend NSLA funds has become more arduous and more challenging. As you well know, the purpose of our schools is to empower students from underserved communities to develop the knowledge, skills, and character traits to pursue a college education and a life of value, joy, and integrity. Without this talent and the ability to pay for it, it makes our jobs makes an already challenging work in the Delta that much tougher. When we look at the national talent landscape, student enrollment will increase by 3 million by 2027, yet teacher preparation programs have seen a 35% drop in enrollment. And the chart very clearly shows, right, supply and demand, there's a real issue. And I know you are all well aware of that challenge. In order to be competitive, we have always recruited statewide and nationally. And the waiver that we've had in all these years has helped tremendously in order for us to get talent into our schools and allowed us to be creative. We believe strongly that young, talented staff who are coming to the Delta need a career ladder. This offers a way to pay for them. And as an interesting side note, in 2014, 46% of our staff was Teach for America. Due to some national Teach for America shifts, we really lost that talent pool, dropped down to 6% last year. And so we've had to rebuild our talent team. And you can see in 15-16 school year, we received 139 applications, 400 applications the year after that, and last year 468 applications. So we are successful in getting new applicants. We are successful in getting some good talent to replace that Teach for America pipeline that has been wiped out. And we're simply requesting that we're able to pay some of that talent in those coaching positions. And you can see our current reality, 22% of our teachers and academic staff have a Arkansas teacher's license, yet most are considered AQT. While we are the only district seeking this waiver, we believe it could really substantially help other schools in the Delta if they decide to pursue that way. And again, this is just more context. According to the ADE, number of college students pursuing education has dropped from about 7,700 to 3,300. You can see the shortage challenges. In 15-16, supply and demand, there's 337 vacancies or long-term substitutes, and another 1,184 teachers on waivers who are not certified. And so again, putting these restrictions on the NSL funds creates a real challenge. So in summary, we think it limits the flexibility needed to develop and retrain our amazing teachers to financially support these positions. And over the last couple of years, it's become a challenge as we've dipped into operating with funds to cover these positions that we have traditionally been able to use NSL for. So that's the challenge, and that's our request. And happy to field any questions or go back. And I know I went through that rather quickly, but wanted to be respectful of everyone's time, as this was in your packet already.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Boyd, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Or Ms. Hyatt? Okay. No, okay. And you do have some remaining time, but if you are ready to go ahead with questions, we can proceed.
Questions are great.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So, panel, we'll go ahead and start. Start on the end there. Any questions?
I have a question for the department. Are there any other waivers? I know once a waiver is granted to a charter, and it's available for the districts to use also. And so I'm wondering how often this waiver is requested for these funds, given that the funds are specifically directed toward the students with the most challenges and who are often
Okay.
overlooked or not overlooked, but maybe underserved as it relates to special considerations.
Okay, and I think that the audience is having trouble hearing, but Ms. Hyatt's coming up, I think, to answer that question. The question was, though, how often this waiver has been requested. So I'm going to let Ms. Hyatt answer.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. It's my understanding that this would be the first time that a waiver of these rules would have been granted. I don't believe that any other charter school has a waiver of the NSL rules or any provision of how they can spend that money.
And also, as you noted, then once a waiver is granted, then there is the potential for other districts to seek a waiver through the actual 40 process.
And that was my concern and my question, because I know the controversy that has surrounded these funds for a number of years, and whether or not they're adequately directed toward the student population, and you know, the fact that people or districts accumulate a large balance of funds, and you know, those questions that circle. So it's very educationally driven, the questions, and politically impactive. And
Okay.
I think that it's something that should be given deliberation. I certainly understand your request and the ability to be able to operate your unique charter that's proven successful, but that's just an overriding concern of mine. It's not to say it would be prohibitive of me approving this, but I think that we should be very deliberative about it now and later.
May I add just one other thing? Given that the rule is relatively new, I think that may explain why we're the only ones seeking it at this point. But I've been around long enough to remember that challenge when the NSLA funds were first put out there. It was incredibly restrictive. There were huge balances, and the department did a fantastic job working through that. And so some of the flexibilities I showed from 2009, 2007, those were essential to helping eradicate some of those fund balances to serve children. I worry that as this has become more restrictive, we'll end up back in that same place.
Dr. Hernandez, questions?
Yeah, so I definitely understand the reason for seeking the waiver. I think my question is more about the implementation and how it's used. So I'm going to kind of talk, and then I'll kind of arrive at my question, I guess. So, you know, the things that I could see that would be a benefit of doing this process and needing that would be big, but with have you given any consideration to looking at more of a if you were to get this waiver granted, looking at it more from a teacher leader perspective and thinking through, and a lot of the work I've seen going on in the Delta and things like that is pulling teachers out of the classroom and then making them facilitators and replacing them with teachers that, you know, are brand new to the profession and may not have that pedagogy background. And so when I think about the licensure not being there and having that background, it's kind of would be worrisome of who the people are that are coaching those teachers. And so would you have any consideration of keeping some of those teachers in the classroom at least part-time and saying, hey, we'll give you an extended contract, part of your day will be facilitating and coaching, but not necessarily completely pulling them out of the classroom?
Yeah, great question. So I'll answer it two different ways. First, we're designing a master teacher pathway program now, so we don't actually want teachers to feel like the only way to get additional income is by becoming a coach or becoming a specialist. We want it to be because they can be a really effective coach or they can be a really effective master teacher, but in terms of a compensation, it should be equal. So we're piloting that out. We've got 6 teachers right now who otherwise would have considered going into a coach position, but we're saying, hey, you can actually make just as much by being in holding an exemplary classroom, having a model classroom. And then as an outside, so the second part to that, one individual who we'd use these funds to pay for is actually someone who grew up in Helena, incredible educator, has spent a lot of time outside in Maryland, taught in a lot of high-performing districts, has come back to Helena to make a difference. So she's got 25 years of experience. She does not have a valid Arkansas license. So that's the type of talent we want to bring in that right now we can't use the NSLA funds to pay for.
Good answer. And so my question, kind of follow up with that, is the major barrier with the requirements with the Arkansas teaching license specifically, or is it more about having people that have the background experience? Because when you look at the entire rule,
Yep.
you know, that you've got several different criteria there, and an additional piece, you know, is someone who does have the experience, the requisite experience. So if you're waiving that as well, I guess what are those assurances that would be there in terms of a candidate like you described who maybe has educational experience outside of Arkansas and just doesn't have the Arkansas license, but if you eliminate the entire section, you've eliminated all the qualifications.
Yeah, I think that the ones that are most important to us are first the license, and then second the years. I think you have to be careful with the years because you just don't want people without that experience. But I have found that sometimes you have extraordinary young people who in 3 to 4 years are ready to really leverage their talents and skills. I think most people would be well beyond 5 years because it takes most people that long to build up that skill base and that talent base. But I can think of one person in my building right now who's doing instructional facilitating. She is under the 5-year mark, but she runs some of the best professional development I have seen in 17 years. Again, I think those people are anomalies, but they do exist, and I would want this to take consideration of that.
So if granted the waiver, and given the fact that these funds really are intended to be those used to support our most struggling students, what are those things that you're going to put in place when you're considering people for these roles, these very specialized roles within school districts, and how are you going to know that you're being successful?
Great. So first of all, data is essential to everything. So if we're looking at individuals who are in the classroom, we're going to look at their student results. We also use what's called a KIP framework for excellent teaching. We use it for the master teacher. We evaluate all the teachers based on that. Are they using the appropriate pedagogy? Are they using the appropriate teacher moves? We have a performance management system where everyone has their goals. Are they meeting their benchmarks and goals, whether that's around attendance, attrition, academic progress, leadership development. We also, being part of a national network, have access to KIP, basically residencies, summer programming. They nickname it KIP Boot Camp, right, where we send people away for 2 to 3 weeks during the summer, along with other KIP teachers and leaders from around the country. They get trained on instructional coaching. So there's a lot of systems and processes in place. So we're not just saying, hey, we want you to stick around and go do this. We will put them through the rigorous training and make sure they're evaluated through every step of the process.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Kramers?
Mine's kind of a comment along with Ms. Newton and Dr. Pfeffer, what you're saying, and I'm a strong supporter of data to inform decision making. I think that's extremely important, an important piece. I feel like there's still a little bit of a gap between the intent of the funds, which should be at the student level. So once you receive your data, you identify those areas, the funds seem that they should be at the student level on the implementation of what you do next. So the things you kind of described a few minutes ago is still identifying to what your plans will be, but then will the funds go directly towards the implementation at the student level?
So specifically on this, again, we go back. I have found without strong instructional specialists, coaches in the building, working directly with teachers, modeling for teachers, it's really hard to leverage impact. So that's the intent. That again, you've got to have both. You have to have strong model teachers, and then you have to have strong coaches of teachers. So you can pair both of those together. So this isn't. I don't want this for someone in the back room, right? Writing out the perfect assessment model. It's someone who is going to directly impact kids. And like I said, we've worked really hard to increase some bench depth, bring in some talent. I showed how in the loss of Teach for America, I think we've brought some talent back. Again, I think Dr. Zeb Price, who I mentioned earlier, has come back to make a difference in her community. That's the type of expertise we want in front of our students. She's in the building every day doing instructional coaching with kids, but we can't use this money to pay for her. And so that cuts into other areas. Does that answer your question clearly?
It does. I think in my mind, I'm just thinking of after-school tutoring programs like that really assist directly at the student level. So you may have
Yes.
the coaches and others, but that's just where my.
So just one quick follow-up on that. I mean, we, having been at this a while, we are pretty good at spending down NSL funds and using federal entitlements as well. And we would not be here in front of you if we had not scoured every other possible use. And some of that's included, right? So the after-school tutoring program, the Saturday, some of the summer programming, all of that. But between federal money and NSL, we're still not able to spend it down. The only way to spend it down, and I think this is the biggest impact for kids, right? We could buy a bunch of superfluous materials that easily met the requirements, but I don't think that yields the biggest impact on students.
And how many instructional coaches or facilitators are you employing using your NSL funds?
Right now, this waiver would allow 3 to be paid for. We have additional ones. Some of those have Arkansas license, but this would allow 3. So that's about, when you add in benefits, close to $250,000 of.
But throughout your schools, do you know how many?
I don't
you
have the exact number off the top of my head. I can look that up and get it back to you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Rogers?
I have similar questions, but I needed a clarifying question.
Yes,
During
sir.
your presentation, I thought you said you were asking for a waiver of 6.0.1 through 4, but your amendment just was 6.07.1, because I think you want all of it. So I just wanted to make sure which ones we're actually talking about.
I believe it's 1 through 4. I'm gonna check with, it should be 1 through 4.
6.07.1.1 through 4? Yes. Okay, that's what that's what I want to make sure of.
Okay, let's have, in the microphone, let's have someone clarify exactly what. Yeah.
Hi, this is Jody Hallman with KIPP Delta. We're seeking the waiver from each of the specialist positions, which is the it's the 01, 02, 03, 04 section.
Yeah, I think in the PowerPoint, just missing a 1 is what happened.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. In the original amendment request, the request was for 6.07.1. I believe what they're saying right now is they're referring to 6.07.1.1 through point 4, which includes all of the specialist and coach positions. So I think there does need to be a little bit of clarification on that point, just in terms of the record, because that is different than the, what it says on paper in the amendment request. And here's a copy of the rules if you need.
So if you could clarify for us for sure what it is you're
Yes.
waiving.
6.07.1.1, 6.07.1.2, 6.07.1.3, and 6.07.1.4. So that would be for instructional facilitators, specialist coaches and instructional facilitators, data coaches, and school improvement specialists.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rogers, you want to continue?
Well, the other thing, when is KIP up for renewal?
What was the question?
Okay. Make sure you're right in the microphone. I think our microphones are pretty
He
soft
probably
today.
turned me off. So,
2022, you said? 2021, 2022?
Because I was just, if this was granted, waiver was granted today, just how would we be able to see from where they are now, what the difference it makes for not having a teacher license for those most needy kids with the NSL money is supposed to be used for going forward? Because, I mean, looking that we have the ESSA score index now that we could look, and I'd like to just see how that relates into how their scores are on that. And so if we granted the waiver and it's not till 2021, wow, you got me really up now. How is that helping those most needy kids is really what I'm kind of trying to get at.
Yeah, so I would, I think, so clearly our scores have dipped a little in the last couple of years. Part of our success in the early years was very much built on the model of getting the best talent regardless of who they were in. And again, I said 2014, we went from 46% Teach for America to 6%. So we lost a lot of talent because of national policies not related to us. I think we're working to backfill that. We clearly believe in accountability, and I have no problem with that being under part of the conversation and consideration.
So the contract expires June 30th of 2023. That means if the calendar stays the same for hearings, you would see them for renewal in December of 2022.
Anything further?
Not right now. I want to, because I don't know if I'm comfortable with it being that far out. I'd like to see how it's relating to achievement. If we open up, when I say open up, I know that it's changed now under the rules, but if we do open up how NSL is supposed to be and allow for KIP to have this waiver, then other schools can have this waiver. And I want to know how we were tracking to know that those kids that this money is supposed to be used for, NSL and Title I, to help close the achievement gap, are we getting there, or is this not working? And that's what I'm most concerned about.
And we'd be glad to create a report that says, sort of, here's the NSL funds were used to pay for these people who coached. I mean, I think we could connect student results to who is being coached through this. That's something we'd be glad to share that information as we
The
go
other
through
side
it.
of that coin for me, though, is being able to compare apples with apples and to have that same question, the same measure applied to people that are getting the funds now, to serve that population. So I think, maybe the progress is dismal, maybe the progress is average or above average, but I think we would apply that same measure to, not just the person that's asking for a waiver necessarily. And that may be a larger policy question or decision, but I expect that we would look normally at progress and not necessarily look pinpointed related to the waiver, but look at progress overall, assuming that the waiver, if granted, has an impact on that population of students. That's just personally, I'm not an educator, so I can't look at it from the standpoint of the educational goals and the knowledge that goes in making those decisions, but just as an individual, as a citizen, you know, you're concerned that everybody progresses. And certainly it seems like a logical approach at this point. But measurement is important. But I think if we single out that approach, we may have some problems, or I would have some problems. But what do I know?
Okay, panels, so do we have remaining questions then?
Just one more.
Okay, Dr. Hernandez?
You mentioned, I did have a question about training, and you mentioned that you have the boot camps that the national group puts on. Do you
Yes.
require your instructional coaches to attend the specific coaching training?
I'm trying to think of an example where we have not sent them. I don't think it's required in writing, but it's strongly encouraged. And I think there are random exceptions, like Dr. Price, who came back, has all that experience. She did not go through it. For a young person rising up, absolutely.
Okay, panel, if there are no remaining questions or things to discuss, Ms. Hyatt, were there any remaining issues with the application that legal needed to make us aware of or anything? Okay. All right, well, seeing none, at this time, I will accept a motion for this amendment request.
I move approval for the KIP Delta amendment request.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay, if not, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. If you will record your responses on the online form, and we will give you some feedback in just a moment.
Thank you all. Stay here.
Yes. Give us just a minute here. And it is item A2 on the document. It looks like you're all there.
Passed some districts.
All right, we'll start with Mr. Wilson.
Built up reserves instead of history.
Mr. Wilson, do you want to start us off with your feedback?
Oh. I voted for the motion. I believe that KIP and other schools need the flexibility to utilize that money in the best way they can for the kids.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
I voted for the motion. The plans to implement the waiver request are comprehensive and logical in their approach to serving the designated population.
Dr. Hernandez?
I voted for the motion. The amendment request allows the applicant to continue with current practices of employing facilitators before the change in standards. I would encourage the applicant to ensure proper training of the facilitators.
Okay. Dr. Kramers?
I voted for the motion. My questions were resolved regarding the commitment to also use funds at the direct student impact level, and that KIP does have unmet needs specific to hiring qualified teachers in the area that you are in to meet underserved students. So, thank you.
Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it, due to this amendment being made due to our changes to our NSL rules to allow the KIP to continue moving forward their achievement.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you all.
We appreciate your time here today.
This is my first time in the new space. I love it.
It is very nice, isn't
Very
it?
nice, yes.
Yes, thank
you
you.
all.
All right, we're going to take a short break, a 10-minute break, and we will get started back up at 10:15. And let's make sure it'll be item 4. Is that correct? Okay. All right. 10:15. We'll reconvene.
Fooling with it and not building it, build it like the she went to talk on the phone just a minute, I think.
All right, I think we are ready to reconvene with item 4 on our action agenda. The request for open enrollment charter school amendment, Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy. Dr. Boyd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On November 11, 2012, the Charter Authorizing Panel approved the application for Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy. The charter is approved to serve students in grades K through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 1,200. Representatives of Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy are appearing before the Charter Authorizing Panel to request an amendment to the current charter. And speaking on behalf of the Classical Academy, we have Superintendent Steve Gast.
Okay, will all representatives of the charter and anyone speaking in opposition please stand to receive the oath? Okay. If you'll raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. Mr. Gass, if you'll state your name and position for the record.
Good morning.
Recognized.
My name is Steve Gast, Superintendent for Responsive Education, Arkansas. I brought along with me several of our staff members and have included the campus director for our Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy in the event that there are any questions that you want some more detailed answers to. Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, as you remember, was brought before you in December for a renewal, and it was awarded a 10-year renewal. And what I've done for the benefit of current board members, as well as board members that were not there during the renewal, and board members who are back on the panel, is prepared a very short review of Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy so that you have a better understanding of that campus, and then just a little bit of information about the combination of those schools. Our amendment request for Northwest Classical Academy, or excuse me, for the Classical Academy, is a request that Quest Academy of West Little Rock, the charter be placed under the LEA number of Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy at the start of the 2019-2020 school year. The current year, we're already covered under the current charter. We request an enrollment increase from 1,200 to 1,500 students to accommodate the addition and future expansion of the Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, as well as West Little Rock campus. Looking at our organization in Arkansas, we have Responsive Ed Arkansas, and what we're looking to do is to continue to build the future in Arkansas by having two distinct brands actually represented in the state. One is the Premier High School brand. We have a campus in Little Rock. We also were approved at the last meeting for a new campus in North Little Rock, and all future premiers would fall under, obviously, that section of our organization. The second side would be our classical education side, which is Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, which is located in Bentonville, and then we would have a campus in West Little Rock, and then, of course, future campuses under the classical brand. So we basically have two distinct sets of curriculum taking place in the state. The Premier is a credit recovery, a credit or a dropout recovery kind of school geared specifically for an underserved population or kids that have specifically dropped out in communities. The classical model is a college preparatory with extreme emphasis on certain areas that we'll look at here in just a second. Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy provides the most time-tested method of educating students. It's committed to providing our future leaders with a college preparatory education focused on classical liberal arts. The Classical Academy will promote a rigorous academic program fostering intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, virtuous character building, and a lifelong passion for learning. We know that students of all ages will be required to study different foreign languages in order to better understand the English language and to best prepare them for the modern language study. Informal Latin instruction begins in the 3rd grade and continues through 6th grade with our English from the Roots Up program. Formal Latin instruction begins in the 7th grade, and Latin 1 also is offered in high school. Now, some of these slides you should remember, they're the exact similar slides that we went through as we gave you a very detailed explanation of what the Academy looks like. The mission of Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy is to provide young people with a rigorous classical education in the liberal arts and science that cultivates intellectual excellence, wisdom, and virtue. A demographic slide gives you a current look at not only West Little Rock's enrollment, but also the enrollment at Northwest Arkansas. We broke it down into male and female. Then we looked at the programs. As you can see that in the Title I program, you have a 10% up in our Classical Academy. West Little Rock right now is at 22%, ELL, 13% and 1%. Special education, 6% and 25% in West Little Rock. Students serviced by 504, that number actually for Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy is 4%, and in West Little Rock it's at 7%. If you combine the two of those numbers together, you basically, actually, based on percentages in math, you can't just combine them and divide by 2. But if you look at those percentages, when you add the two campuses together as one particular district, you find that those numbers fall much closer in line with what a school should have as far as their percentages are concerned. The Quest West Little Rock campus right now services about 35% of that population is either special education or in a 504 or a special needs program. The classical education provides a well-rounded education that is distinctly classical, pursuing knowledge, promotes virtue, and prepares students for prosperous lives in a free society. Classical education has been around a long time, over 2,000 years, and is based on the teachings of the greats in philosophy, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. We're committed to providing our future leaders with a college preparatory education focused on classical liberal arts. Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy promotes a rigorous academic program fostering intellectual curiosity, critical thinking, virtuous character building, and a lifelong passion for learning. This slide was actually quite a bit longer. We started listing the awards and the recognitions that Northwest Classical Academy had, and we decided we'd take some of them off and just kind of give you a basic overview. I'm not going to go through and read all of these. But as you well know, in your renewal, when you granted the 10 years, it's one of the top performing campuses in all of Arkansas. In 2016-17, it was the high school and the lower school were both given grades of A. The 17-18 ratings that have come out also have that school both as an A in the high school and an A at the elementary school. Our goal in West Little Rock is, as I've said in the application, is to secure land and put up a building that looks either exactly like or very similar to this. This was the most recent classical academy that we built in Frisco, Texas, and it is the model that we would use for our upper school and our lower school. I included in the amendment request not only a picture of the building, but we also included a floor plan so that you'd have a better indication of what that would look like. We are also in the process of very interested in looking for land up in Bentonville and also building a K-12 campus as well. Right now they have a very nice building, but it's not built as a school. It's a building that's been retrofitted, and we want to make sure that those students are not only rewarded for their performance, but also that they have a really nice building to go to as well. So I wanted to include this particular slide because it is the blueprint that we are using as we look for the land that we need to be able to put the size building in that we want to put in. The whole purpose of the amendment really is to take a giant step forward in West Little Rock and to replicate the success that we currently have. To do that, we would look at growing and adding grades K through 5. The charter is for a K through 12 school with the Classical Academy campus in 2021 and 22. The reason we're a few years down the road on that is obviously building takes some time. We're committed for for this school year plus another 2 years in the current building that we're in. That building is not equipped size-wise nor really structure-wise to incorporate a K through 5 group. We wouldn't want to mix those kids with older kids, and it's all one building right now. So it would be a phased-in, gradual process that we would start with that school in the coming years. So basically those elementary school kids that would start in the new building. That's when they would enter the building, and we would begin the process of the classical education at the lower grades. We'd create an upper school, which was grades 7 through 12, and a lower school, grades K through 6, in West Little Rock beginning in the 21-22 school year. We look at a maximum of 3 sections in grades K through 4. The only way that could move to 4 sections is depending on the demand. Right now, we, as you know, we had a waiting list, still do, up in Northwest Arkansas, and we expanded our lower grades to 3 sections in each, and we still have, right now it's a size issue that's causing us to not be able to fulfill the entire wait list that we have for people that are still wanting to get into that particular campus. We have absolutely no doubt that we would end up with that same type of demand and that same type of interest in a campus in West Little Rock. To summarize, we're requesting that West Little Rock be placed under the same LEA number as Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, and that we're requesting to expand the enrollment from 1,200 to 1,500 students just to accommodate the increase that could extend or could happen over the next 10 years within that campus. And that concludes what I have as far as the presentation is concerned. We'll now address any questions you might have.
Dr. Boyd or Ms. Hyde, is there anyone speaking in opposition? Okay, no opposition. You do have some time left if you want to do any closing remarks, or otherwise we'll go ahead and proceed.
No, I just, as you know, I'm extremely excited about what the future brings. I'm just finishing up my second year as superintendent here in Arkansas, and I truly believe that we're not only heading in the right direction, but that there's really, really good things on the horizon for our kids here in Arkansas. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you, and I know that Mr. Wilson has had the opportunity to visit that campus, and I would encourage all of you, in fact, I've already invited one of you to come join us at either one of our premieres or our classical academies, just to actually see the quality and the type of education that's taking place there. So just appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay. Before we start with panel questions, I was going to see if there were any questions. I was since it had a little more in your amendment request, were there any questions by the ADE staff as you looked at that we need to call attention to before we get into our questions?
I just want to clarify that the single LEA is the district level LEA and not, so there would be a single level district LEA and then an LEA per school building.
Okay.
That's what I don't understand. What's the benefit or the disadvantage of creating a new one as opposed to putting the two together?
No, so I believe that is the request, is to currently Quest West Little Rock and Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy have two separate district LEAs, and they would like to put them all under a single district LEA under the Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy District LEA and replicate that programming for elementary.
So the LEA specifies the goals and objectives of the school, and they are so aligned that they want to have both of those together, is that?
That's correct. So the LEA itself is part of the charter contract, and the charter contract specifies programming as well.
Okay. Were there any questions or anything from our staff? Okay. Ms. Hyatt, did you have anything you wanted to?
I just had kind of one point of clarification in terms of the amendment request. So I spoke with Carmen Jordan from the Department of Education about the LEA number, and the way that the amendment request is worded, it asks that they be combined under a current LEA number of Northwest Classical. So through the process of doing that, I think there is a chance that the LEA number for the district might change. So in the wording, it may not actually be the LEA number that's currently assigned to Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy. So I just wanted to note that, because the way that it's worded in the amendment request asks for it to be the same number, but that might not be possible because they have to go through getting the number changed through a process through the department. So,
Okay. But that basically is a kind of a technical issue then that the department would just have to work out and ensure that whatever number designation was tied to anything from past or future that would need to be recorded. Is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And we have been talking with the department. I met with Dr. Boyd and Ms. Perry probably a year and a half ago to start the discussion about doing this exact same thing. And so it's not something that we've just decided we're going to do. We've been kind of preparing and leading up to it, to this point.
Okay. Okay, well, we'll go to panel members and see if they have any questions. I'll start on this end with Mr. Rogers. Questions? Dr. Kramers? No? Dr. Hernandez?
So the plan is to, at the end of this year, Quest will no longer be in existence, is that?
That is
Is that
correct.
correct?
The name would no longer be in existence.
And so it would be a 6-8 classical academy?
It would be a 6 through 12 still campus, just like it is now. However, we would start incorporating some classical components, but at the same time, we want to protect the current families that are at that school that have the specific program that they've got going. And so our plan is not to just do a wholesale change curriculum-wise in the high school or 6 through 8. That is a gradual type of thing that will take place, and it'll be very emphasized when we open the K through 5 part of it, and then as they move up, our plan is to never just have classical education be the sole thing provided at that high school. We believe that there are other tracks and other things that benefit the students, even within a classical education, and so we plan on keeping those and having those remain and not to completely change things over. And again, that has a lot to do with the promise that we've made to our current parents that are there, as well as gradually phasing that program in so that we can pretty much guarantee our most success.
So I may have a question for Dr. Boyd. So this seems, it's different, but it's very similar. So it's similar to KIP in that they've always requested, through the amendment process, they've asked for licenses to open up other campuses around the state. But it's different in that this is taking place of a current charter school. So is everything? I guess I'd expect to see something in the amendment request, like specifically where they're going to house it, all those types of things, and all. But if they're going to be in the same place, is that the same building, same staffing? Everything's basically staying the same.
It's the same building for a couple of years because we have to have time to build a new building, and then we're totally out of that location and we're in our own new building. And that building, the areas that we're looking at are within probably 1.5 to 3 miles of the current location. So the location physically changes, but we're going to stay in the same general area.
So when that building change happens or all those things, they'll come back to us to say, we're asking for an amendment to move the location and all. So
Right. So just a couple clarifying things. So this has happened before. So for example, ESTEM used to be 3 separate charters, and then they became one. LISA used to be 2 separate charters, and now they've become one. So that's been done before. Then also, depending on where the new building is, at the very least, they'll have to ask the commissioner for a debt request approval to occupy that building, more than likely, and the lease will have to be approved by the commissioner's office too, at the very least. That's if, say for instance, I know the building that they're in, there's space around that building. So if they were to build a building right next door and there's not necessarily a new address, then at the very least they would have to seek approval through the commissioner's office for debt request in the lease contract. At the most, if it's another physical address, then they would have to come forward with an amendment request at that time to occupy that space.
Okay, Ms. Newton? Mr. Wilson?
I didn't really have a question. I do think I ought to tell the panel that I was thoroughly impressed with the Classical Academy operation and that I visited last year. It's a first-class school. The kids are doing great, as evidenced by their A rating. And I'm glad that you all are proposing to expand this operation here.
Thank you.
Little Rock.
Okay, I do have a question. I'm looking at your goals that you have on, I don't think the pages are numbered, but just, I just want to clarify where you've got goals to demonstrate measurable success, student success in literacy, then you have a math, and you're talking about meet or exceed state average and overall literacy. And just kind of looking across here in terms of how you're going to be measuring success, because this is what we want to look at, sure. and when you come back, be able to look back and say, were you meeting those goals? Are you, when you talk about overall literacy, are you talking about like grades 3 through 10 combined, or will you be looking each year at each grade level to determine where your students are and using that as part of your success? I mean, obviously the ESSA School Index is out there, which will show it by school, but then you also obviously want to drill down to individual grade levels. So I guess I just want to kind of understand, with your goals, are you going to lump it all together in one overall, or are you looking at it per grade?
I think a successful school always looks at it by grade and pulls down the individual scores and the individual programs that are happening in that particular grade level to help make determinations for the future as to what they need to do to be successful in those grades. I think that obviously there's a certain way that the scores are reported out by the state, and we want to make sure that we mirror that, but at the same time, I think we're always, and I know that we're always looking at the individual performance of a grade level to make the determinations as far as what we're doing, what's being successful, what's not successful. In fact, we just had yesterday we had a leadership meeting, a district-wide leadership meeting with all the campus directors, and one of the initiatives was to not only to break down your data. When you break down your data, break down it by looking at the grade levels, and then I want a plan showing what was successful and what worked, what your expectations are for next school year, and how you're going to reach those expectations in each one of the particular levels. And also I might include not just in the levels that are reported out by the state. We do that in every single grade with our map testing and with our other things to take a look at that and have a plan in place, because the grades in between the testing grades are every bit as important to get them lined up and ready to go for those testing grades. So it may be reported out one way, but I guarantee you that we specifically look at the grade levels and the programs and what we're doing in those grade levels to maximize the success for those kids.
So when you're coming back at any point to talk to us about whether or not you're meeting your achievement goals, you'll be reporting it out to us at the very least by school level. You're not
That's
talking about
correct,
just an overall.
and we
Okay.
would drill down if you would prefer to a specific, structured class size, or excuse me, a grade level, or whatever you might have, yes, because we would be prepared to do that.
Okay. And Dr. Hernandez mentioned this, and you were speaking of it as far as your current students. What are their reactions to the change in the school structure? Do you have most of them who will go ahead and continue with you, or?
Yeah, because nothing is really changing that much for that current high school. The current group that's there, that program is a program that is still going to be available as we move over towards the classical model. So the only real impact or negative responses that we've got is what a typical response you'd get from a parent when they realize that their school district is about to build a new building is, "Dag nabbit, my kid's a junior." They're not going to walk into the new building. And so, we have been talking with that group of parents and with that school for a number of years about a building. And I think that there's a lot of excitement because we are now taking those steps necessary to get there. And so there hasn't been a lot of pushback because of the program, because we have 100% reassured and guaranteed that we're not changing anything for the current students that are there, because now we may offer some other things that they might take advantage of, but not at the expense of the current program that they believe that they signed up for.
Okay. And so then as you expand into those elementary grades, what are some things that I'm thinking about, challenges with staffing as you start expanding in those grades, in terms of, are there specialized training, are there specialized qualifications to operate a classical academy model that are different from what you do? And I realize right now you don't have those elementary grades, but what are going to be those considerations?
Yeah, but without
you
question,
thought through?
there are certain characteristics and certain techniques, teaching-wise, that we're going to want to make sure that those teachers have to be able to prepare to actually deliver the classical curriculum. We have a huge advantage in going to this structure in that we have the Bentonville School, and I look at that as a school that could not only bring potential leaders, but individuals that are teachers that would want to come down and lead the program to start working it. We have not only the staff development component up in Bentonville, but we also have some of our classical academies that are very successful in Texas that we can send our staff to, or we can bring staff members from our other classical schools to train them. Our goal would be that when those elementary kids open the doors, The teachers that they have in front of them know exactly what they're doing, are trained, have been through all the trainings, and the good news is we have the infrastructure already in place to be able to provide that training for them, so that we're not just opening what we're not calling it a classical building, but that there's classical education not actually taking place. Those teachers will be trained, and we actually have the in-house capability for the most part to do that. And we have the experience of bringing other people in to deal with the curriculum based on past experience and trainings.
Thank you. Remaining questions? Dr. Kramers?
I'm just curious, from a parent perspective, let's say I have a child that's in the existing program, and then I have a younger child then that would start in the new, at the elementary level, let's say. What would that experience look like for that parent observing the differences between the two, and for the students themselves? What are the major differences that will occur between those, for that same family, the experience
Sure.
that would be different?
Well, obviously, the first is that because we don't have an elementary school that they would compare it to, they would be coming into a totally new experience. I think they would, one of the things that they would find is they would find at the elementary level, compared to the school that they may have came from, whether it was let's say they had a child who was a first grade in a charter school or in the local public school district. When they come into this particular school, they're going to find a very strong emphasis on phonics training, a very prescriptive type of program that we know is successful to help those kids. Strong emphasis on writing, strong emphasis on reading, strong emphasis on different virtues, and it just, the instructional delivery, the type and the quality of the curriculum, as well as the core components of the things that we provide at the early years for those students are what help guarantee success later on. Probably one of those parents, what they would say is, I wish my junior would have had the opportunity to go through this, or I wish my sophomore would have had the opportunity, because it provides such a strong base for these students. And that's why you see the writing, reading, and math scores are just off the charts as far as that other campus is concerned. So I think that they're gonna see a difference, but it's gonna be a real positive one. It's gonna be one of those, doggone, I wish that we would have had that here sooner.
Okay, remaining questions? Okay, Mr. Rogers?
I actually had a question for Dr. Boyd concerning funding of how this will be looked at the charter unit. Because the law says if you add a campus, add a grade, or anything to a charter, you're funded. And so I was just wondering, how are we going to look at this as there's not a change and they'll still be on prior year, or will both campuses be current year funded next year?
So from my understanding, the law doesn't get into specifying like LEA numbers and things of that nature. So they would be considered, the campus would be existing. And right now, both campuses are on prior year funding. So until they build a new building and start adding an actual campus, then they will be on prior year funding. And then the year that they open that new campus, they'll switch to current year funding.
Something to keep in mind when you do open that building, because
Right.
that can get tricky when you go to current year funding. That's why I
I
just
knew you
wanted.
couldn't get away without asking one finance question.
Okay. Anything remaining? Okay, Dr. Hernandez.
So the charter that or the amendment that we're approving will be, Quest was a 512, that we're approving a K-12. Is that correct? I know it's not going to be a K-12 starting next year, but that's what we're,
Right, so you're approving the combination of the LEAs at the district level. You would be approving them to increase their enrollment cap, and you would be approving for them to add the new campus to phase in coming years. And just one other thing I want to make sure that you understand, I should have said this at the beginning, is that if the Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy charter absorbs Quest Academy, then that means that Quest Academy will be under the contract of Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy, which means they'll be under that same contract time. And remember, Northwest Arkansas Classical Academy was just approved for a 10-year renewal, so they'll be on that same contract phase, which means if you approve it today and the state board chooses not to review it, then in December you're not going to see a renewal request for Quest Academy. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, remaining questions? No? All right, so if there is nothing remaining at this time, I will accept a motion for this amendment request.
Move the approval of the waiver or amendment request.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the amendment request
Second.
and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, the motion passes. Thank you very much, and we are going to record our responses and give you the feedback. Thank you. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Wilson.
I voted for the motion. I'm impressed with the presentation, the thoroughness of it, as well as the proven track record of the applicant in Northwest and Little Rock.
Okay. Ms. Newton?
I voted for the amendment approval, and the reason is the plans are comprehensive and well thought out and directed toward achieving continued success.
Dr. Hernandez?
I voted for the motion. The applicant is seeking to replicate a model that has been proven successful in the state and have a plan to phase in the changes to the current school.
Dr. Kramers?
I voted for the motion. They've been communicating with ADE regarding their long-term plans and improvement of earlier iterations of their charter. As of present time, it doesn't appear that any significant negative consequence would occur from the changes in curriculum format.
Okay. Mr. Rogers?
I voted for it. I don't have any concerns right now, and I hope they're able to replicate the success of the Northwest classical model.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
We appreciate your time today.
I'm not sure I remember. I think he's assistant commissioner, but I don't remember.
And we are ready to go ahead and continue on with the next item on our agenda, which is item 5. We'll give everyone a few minutes to transition.
Used to be the folks from Hope.
Okay, so item 5 on our agenda is the request for our district conversion charter school application for the Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy. And Ms. McLaughlin, I'm going to let you kick this off for us.
Okay. Kelly McLaughlin, Charter School Office. Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy is a proposed district conversion public charter school in the Hope School District. The applicant is requesting to serve students in grades 10 through 12 with a maximum enrollment of 150. ADE staff reviewed the application and concerns were shared with the applicant for response. The application, the ADE evaluation, and the applicant's response are included for review by the Charter Authorizing Panel. Superintendent Bobby Hart and Mickey Curtis will begin the presentation, but Representative Danny Watson is here to speak on behalf of Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy. If you will permit, I do have an updated 10th grade sample schedule to pass out to you.
Okay. If you want to go ahead and give that to me, we'll pass that out, and we'll go ahead and invite Representative Watson to come forward. And yeah. Good morning, Representative.
Good
We
morning.
appreciate having you here with us.
Good morning, Board.
Yes. And you may go ahead and speak to us about this.
My pleasure to be here. It's easy to, by the way, I'm Representative Danny Watson. I cover Hempstead and Nevada County. I'm proud to have UAHT and the Hope School District in my House district. I could grant you this will be the quickest one up here today, giving testimony. I've got a note here. I just want to make sure that I'm politically correct as far as the terminology, the name, in reference to the request for district conversion charter school for the Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy. Just to let everybody know that I have looked at this long and hard, and this is an easy decision for me. My goodness, the positives are just numerous. The enthusiasm that I have been seeing for a while, the positive talk, not only in Hempstead County, but also in the Hope School District, is unbelievable. By the way, I'm more than a decade, I served on the Hope School Board. All of my in-laws are educators or retired educators. My late father-in-law was a past superintendent of the Hope School District before I came on the scene living in the state of Louisiana. But this is a humongous stake, I believe, in a start of breaking the cycle that I have seen even when I was on the school board. It's reference to apathy. I can't do this. Why should I further my education? Some choices made to just go ahead and drop out of school and go right on to work. That is something naturally, and I'm preaching to the choir, that we are working so hard in the legislature right now. I just come out of a budget hearing a while ago. I'm not privy to give that information, but in reference to funding on an entity, and I am all for that. I'm just totally, honestly enthused about what has transpired thus far on the UAHT campus. I can't give Chancellor Thomason, Superintendent Bobby Hart, Ms. Curtis, I know I'm going to leave out names, Ms. Duke, Brian Berry. This is not a fly-by-night, knee-jerk thought that they did in the back room. I grant you that. But again, I just want to say, I'm fixing to have to leave out here in a minute if there's no questions, but I hope that you will be favorable on the granting of this conversion charter through the collaboration of the Hope School District and the University of Arkansas Hope in Texarkana. I'll close there.
Thank you very much. Panel, do you have any questions for the representative? Okay. Well, we certainly appreciate your time, and you're welcome to stay with us as long as you can, but we also understand if you need to leave. So thank you for being here.
I better get on. Thank y'all, though. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. At this time, if we can have everyone who would be speaking either in support or opposition of this, if you will raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. So we'll go ahead and begin. And Mr. Hart, are you starting the presentation?
I believe I am, or
Okay.
Ms. Curtis and I together are. I'm not certain if
Okay.
we're up and running yet.
All right, we'll get that. Okay, yes, he needs you to be in the microphone, okay? And so do we have their presentation? Okay, hang on, let's see. Yeah. Are we able to pull it from the agenda? We're getting it. Do you want to go ahead and start and then we loop it in? We have.
Serve at the pleasure of the board.
Well, but if you're not able to see it, it may be difficult for you to present. So I think we're getting it emailed. We just have to get it emailed and uploaded. So if y'all are,
I just don't want to stand between you all and lunch.
we're gonna be all right. And we can be, I think most of us are probably just kind of glancing, kind of going back through it right now to familiarize. Okay, there we go.
Number one, thank you for spending the time reviewing our application and for your patience this morning. I know you all have a arduous task always for these things, so I appreciate your energy and your patience, and I appreciate the kind words that Representative Watson said on his way out. We are very appreciative of the work he's done as a board member and as a state legislator. We think we have developed a plan that is not only innovative, but is in the best interest of kids in our community. If you'll look at this first slide, you'll see that that 12%, this is by 2010 census data, 12% of the students, or not the students, the citizens of Hempstead County hold a bachelor's degree or higher. 27% of our students or of our county lives at or below the poverty line, and the average household income is $32,000. 54% of the students in our district are directly certified for free and reduced lunch. Now, that means that 54% are directly certified. That means they're either on food stamps, they're in foster care, or they're classified as homeless. When you run the figures as a district, we're 84.6%, almost 85% free and reduced lunch in our district. 73% of the students in Hope High School are from low-income students. With that, we know the challenges that come with educating students of poverty. We face that daily in our school system, grades K through 12. We also know that in order to break that cycle of poverty, we've got to find a way to get more kids with more education and with college degrees. We're not going to break that cycle by doing the same thing we've been doing. So we put together what we feel like is an innovative plan and a program that will allow students that desire and are qualified and can progress an opportunity to leave Hope High School with an associate's degree from the University of Arkansas at Hope, Texarkana, and their high school diploma. There are numerous, you say, well, there are other schools that are doing that. Yes, there are. You know, I can think of some in Central Arkansas, Greenbrier being one that has a similar program. And that's good for them because I'm proud for them, but 85% of their student population doesn't live in poverty. And so they're getting an opportunity well ahead of time. They're coming to school on grade level. They're coming to school ready to go. So anyway, we want to try to make sure that we give kids an opportunity to graduate with those 2 degrees, because we know, and data later in this slide deck will show you that we know that if we can get kids 60 hours of college while they're in high school, the greater likelihood of them finishing a 4-year degree increases dramatically. So who I have with us today is the interim dean of the Collegiate and Professions Academy, Ms. Mickey Curtis, and I'll let her speak to the program. There are other team members, and she may introduce those folks as your questions arise or what have you. So thank you for your time.
Good morning. As Mr. Hart said, my name is Mickey Curtis, and I am employed with the University of Arkansas, Hope, Texarkana. And Mr. Hart pointed out the data of our Hempstead County data and our Hope Public School District data. And to kind of summarize what he said is this data tells us that there is a relationship between education and poverty. And as you can see, there is a lack of higher education in our area, which ultimately leads to more poverty, and we would like to help to come up with a solution for this problem. We believe the solution to our problem is that college completion combats poverty through total college immersion. The Collegiate Academy messaging emphasis is consistently towards college degree attainment. The Collegiate Academy cultivates the student and their families into the unique culture, customs, and language of higher education. It causes students to focus on their life goals and successful transitions between a 2-year degree. Finally, the Collegiate Academy faculty are geared towards first-generation students because 2/3 of UAHT students are first-generation. The mission statement is that at the Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy, our mission is to provide academic and career pathways through a 3-year curriculum towards simultaneous degree attainment, by focusing on college-level degree achievement instead of college and career readiness. Our vision is to see that every student receives a strong educational foundation to continue towards a post-secondary degree by meeting students' educational, personal, social, and career development needs. And our motto is learning today, leading tomorrow. Now we will move to some information about the Collegiate Academy. It will provide academic and career pathways through a 3-year curriculum. The students will be able to either get an Associates of Arts degree and/or a Trade and Industry Proficiency Certificate. The students can complete the requirements for a high school diploma and an associate degree simultaneously. The Collegiate Academy will be for students in 10th through 12th grade. It is a joint venture between the Hope Public School District and the University of Arkansas, Hope, Texarkana. The Academy will be located on the University of Arkansas Hope campus, specifically in the Rapert Library Building, which is undergoing innovative changes to provide a unique learning environment for the students. And it is also a public school that is free of charge to the students. So how do students get accepted into the Academy? There are 3 tiers of acceptance for students to fall into. If a student is in Tier 1, they are fully qualified with an ACT 19 or equivalent Accuplacer score in reading, English, and math. This means they are prepared to take any college course that the college campus offers. If a student is in Tier 2 or Tier 3, there are some deficiencies in writing and math for Tier 2 and in all categories in Tier 3. For these students, they are needing to get their scores to an ACT of 19 by the 11th grade to be able to take the college level courses, or at least a 17 or 18 so they can take the co-rec courses needed to continue with the college courses. And during the students' 10th grade year, they will be provided with tutoring, study halls geared towards their deficiencies, and an ACT prep course. So what can students expect while in the Collegiate Academy? They can expect a customized high school experience with the rigor of college. During the 10th grade, the students will be taught their high school courses by college professors with the rigor and expectations of a college course to help prepare them for college immersion in the 11th and 12th grade year. They can expect a transition to college in a flexible, supportive, and academically enriched environment. They can expect to earn a college degree while earning a high school diploma. They can expect an environment that helps students acclimate to college-level standards and engages full immersion into the collegiate environment. One of the things that students struggle with when they start college is understanding the expectations of college courses, because they are different than the expectations of high school courses, and they also struggle with the collegiate environment. With the Collegiate Academy starting in the 10th grade, the students start to understand the expectations of college faculty and are introduced to the college environment and how to be their own advocate. And they also learn about the different resources on the college campus and how to use them. Finally, the students will be able to participate in sports, band, or cheer at Hope High School while being a part of the Collegiate Academy. Now we are going to look at a sample student schedule for a 10th grader, 11th grader, and 12th grader. The 10th grade schedule that was placed on the PowerPoint is actually a duplicate of the 11th grade schedule, which is a mistake. So I've made copies of the 10th grade schedule for you to take a look at. Looking at the 10th grade schedule, you see that the students are taking the majority of high school courses with a few college level courses. Just a reminder, their courses will all be taught by college instructors with college level expectations. You will also see where cheer and band are first thing in the morning and athletics is the last class of the day. Transportation will be provided by the district for students to and from the college and high school. You will see that the schedule is set up like a college schedule, with there being Monday, Wednesday, Friday courses and Tuesday, Thursday courses with different time links for each course. This is completely different than a traditional high school, which is typically Monday through Friday courses that are 50 minutes in length with a bell between each class. This schedule helps teach the students time management and the structure of a college. The students will also have an advisory period. During Tuesday's advisory for the 10th grade, we are looking at using it for career connections, which I plan on bringing in community members to talk to the students about different careers and the educational expectations for those careers. The 10th grade year is a great time for students to start career exploration. This is also a very important part to the Collegiate Academy, because when the students graduate, they will continue on, if they choose, as juniors at a four-year university, which those courses are major specific, so it is important that we help the students determine what they would like to major in while they are with us. On Thursdays, the students will work on their student success plans and also be given time to just have a little break. As a college student, there are times in their schedules where they have a break between their courses, and this time slot allows us to teach the students how to start using their time wisely, because when they get to college, they will have breaks and they will not know how to use them. And then sometimes it's just to give them a break, because even like us as adults, we need those breaks too. There is also a place in the 10th grade schedule for electives, which will be used for students to make up college credits that 9th graders from the Hope Academy of Public Service have already taken, which include Intro to Computers and EDGE, which is a college life skills course. There is also a place for a study hall, which provides the students a time during the day to work on homework and assignments, which is very important, since the majority of students in our community either are involved in extracurricular activities or have to work to help provide for their families. The 11th grade schedule has some similarities with the 10th grade schedule, including activities, athletics, cheer and band, study hall, and advisory. During 11th grade, the majority of students' courses will be out on the college campus, with at least one course being in the Rayford Library building. The students will be allowed to take elective courses that they are interested in to help them explore career options. This schedule, like the 10th grade schedule, is set up like a college schedule, with class lengths being different and the classes being Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Tuesday, Thursday. The 12th grade schedule also has the same similarities as the 10th and 11th grade schedule. The majority of their classes will also be out on the college campus, with at least one course being in the Rayford Library building, and they will also be allowed to take elective courses geared towards career options that they're interested in. So now we will look at how cost-effective the Collegiate Academy is. When looking at the average per-year cost of an Arkansas four-year university being $7,906 for the first 2 years, a student would pay close to $16,000. When looking at the average per-year cost of an Arkansas two-year university being $3,561, for the first 2 years, a student would pay a little over $7,000. For the first 2 years of college for a student who attends the Collegiate Academy, it is free. Also, the students who attend the Collegiate Academy, if they choose to attend a four-year university, will be able to pull from the Arkansas Academic Challenge Scholarship as a junior, which is $4,000 for their first year, and as a senior, which is $5,000 for their second year. They will also possibly be able to receive a transfer scholarship, which ranges from around $2,500 to $3,000 per semester. So a student who attends the Collegiate Academy can get their bachelor's degree possibly at little to no cost at all, which is huge for our students, especially when you look back at the data for our county and poverty level. If a student does not choose to go to a four-year university, they will leave high school with an associate's degree and be able to enter the workforce with a degree and experience that gives them a competitive advantage. And as we all know, jobs also help combat poverty. So how is the Collegiate Academy different? First of all, students will not only have access to the district's resources, but they will have access to the college resources, which include tutoring provided by instructors and other college students, student activities and clubs, career services, counseling and guidance, TRIO student support services, disability support services, safety and security, and financial aid services. One major way this Collegiate Academy is different than a traditional high school is that 10th grade year. The high school curriculum is taught by college instructors with college-level expectations and rigor. Students are taught responsibility and time management. Students are provided with a personalized schedule, including their career interests. Students will be allowed to take different elective courses geared towards their career interest. And students are also provided the support that is needed to help them improve their deficiencies in their ACT score so they can continue taking the college-level courses. We plan on doing this through the ACT prep course, the rigorous curriculum, and focused study halls towards the students' deficiencies. The 10th grade year is what we're going to consider kind of like that boot camp year because it will prepare the students for college, including the expectations, the class schedule and times, time management, being their own advocate, and help them gain the skills that are necessary to be successful in college. There's also going to be a community service component included in the Collegiate Academy. There will be a capstone project during the 12th grade year. They will start a research course during the 11th grade year. The senior capstone project provides students an opportunity to select a topic of interest and to assume responsibility for their learning by collecting, selecting, and reflecting on their educational experiences at the Collegiate Academy. It must be a project that benefits others, which means it needs to have a public service component. It will also include internship hours, which will involve utilizing the strong industry partners of the college. The capstone project, in summary, is like a mini dissertation, where the students will pick a topic, perform research on that topic, and then present their project. The Collegiate Academy will also have a reading focus, which will include required readings. There will also be required readings during the 10th grade year in each of their high school courses. And finally, the Collegiate Academy is different because of the full immersion on the college campus, which provides the students a college experience while in high school. So how is it different than concurrent credit? Looking at average total credits earned by Hope High School students prior to graduating high school from 2015 to 2018, we see that the average amount of credits earned is 15.4, which is nowhere near the 60 credit hours needed for an associate's degree. For students to have a chance to attain an associate's degree at the traditional high school, they would have to take a combination of online classes and night classes, which would be very difficult for our students because the majority of students do not have Wi-Fi access at home. They are involved in extracurricular activities, and as I said before, they even have to work to help provide for their families. So overall, concurrent credit is great for the high school enrichment, but it is not for college completion, which is what we are wanting to do with the Collegiate Academy. So here I have a chart really looking at the differences between concurrent credit or dual enrollment in early college high schools. Dual enrollment is done either at a high school, a college classroom, online, or a hybrid approach, but you will see that the early college high schools are either located on a college campus or a small standalone school. Dual enrollment is usually completed by 11th and 12th graders, and sometimes it's allowed for 10th graders depending on that student. But with your early college high schools, it starts in the 9th grade, and that's going to start in the HAP school in the district with a few college credits during that time. Dual enrollment targets mid to high achieving students, and your early college high schools target students from backgrounds underrepresented in higher education. And dual enrollment students select individual courses that potentially allow them to earn both high school and post-secondary credit, where early college high schools have a cohesive curriculum, integrating high school and college level coursework into a single program. The credit accumulation for dual enrollment varies depending on the student and state policies, where early college high schools expect their students to complete an associate degree or enough credits to enter a four-year institution as a junior. Dual enrollment students may take courses in core academic subjects or in career technical education, but in early college high schools, post-secondary courses may be focused on a specific subject area. And then dual enrollment students may receive little to no guidance from the high school or post-secondary institution, but for early college high schools, all students will receive guidance and support. The Collegiate Academy students will not only receive guidance from the high school counselor, but they will also receive guidance from the guidance counselors on the college campus. So now to look at a little research that supports early college students. Research shows that early college students are more likely to graduate from high school than comparison students, 86% compared to 81%. Research shows that early college students are more likely to enroll in college than comparison students by the end of high school, 64% compared to 24%, and by 2 years after high school, 81% to 71%. Research shows that early college students are more likely than comparison students to enroll in two-year colleges, 61% to 40%, and were as likely to enroll in four-year colleges, 54% to 50%. And research also shows that early college students are more likely to earn a college degree than comparison students by the end of high school, 21% to 1%, and by 2 years after high school, 24% to 2%. So overall, the research shows us that students who participate in early college programs are not only more likely to graduate high school, but they are more likely to graduate college with a degree. And the college completion is the piece that we are wanting to provide students the opportunity to get. Now we are going to look at a few testimonials from future students of the Collegiate Academy. Nakaya Green says, "The Collegiate Academy will definitely be one of the greatest academic opportunities I could ever receive. It will put me in a position to become the most successful young woman I can be." Annabeth Martin says, "The Academy will give me many opportunities that I wouldn't receive anywhere else. I am very thankful for the teachers and other adults who believe in the students at Hope enough to give us this opportunity." And finally, Hector Vasquez says, "This academy will mean a lot to me because it will help me with so much. It will allow me to get my associate's degree and give me a better chance of finishing college since my parents can't afford it." The testimony of these kids speak for us all who are in support of the Collegiate Academy. We want to do what is best for our students and our community. These kids and many others like them may not have the opportunity to go to college if it were not for this Collegiate Academy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Curtis. Dr. Boyd, is there anyone here to speak in opposition? No, okay. You do have 5 additional minutes for anybody at the school who'd like to say something, okay? If you would state your name and title for the record, you're recognized.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the panel. I'm Chris Thomason. I'm the Chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Hope in Texarkana. And it is an honor for me to be before this panel today asking that you favorably review the application for the creation of the Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy. I wanted to give you assurances, since I know that you have quite a bit of experience with the Hope Public School District, but I wanted to give you assurances that in this joint venture, that they have a partner that is completely committed to the success of the Collegiate High School. That is a partner in the University of Arkansas at Hope Texarkana. You know, we didn't start out that way. We started out as Red River Votech back in 1965, located in Hope, Arkansas, right down the road from Hope High School. There has been, especially since 1991, when we became a community college, and then in 1996, when we became a comprehensive college under the University of Arkansas's direction, an absolute commitment to the success of Hope High School. It has always been one of our primary partners. I can assure you over the years, as our campus has changed, that commitment has grown even more. I believe, as the Chancellor of the University of Arkansas at Hope at Texarkana, the proposal that you're looking at today is not just the most significant evidence of that commitment to Hope Public Schools, but I think it's one of the most innovative and unique programs that someday will demonstrate to the entire state, especially in rural Arkansas, where campuses that have access to a college campus can move their students forward in a way that's real and appreciable and changing not just the students' lives, but changing the trajectory of those rural communities. I will also tell you as the Chancellor, I'm one of the most senior in the state. Out of 22 colleges in the state, I'm the 3rd most senior, and I'm the 2nd most senior Chancellor in the entire University of Arkansas system. I've seen a lot. And I can tell you that this is a personal desire of mine. My experience in K-12 education and serving K-12 education partners, it goes far beyond my 11-year tenure as the Chancellor at the University of Arkansas at Hope, Texarkana. I was a member of the Arkansas General Assembly from 2003 to 2006 at a time when our policy considerations were dominated by K-12 education. I can tell you at that time, coupled with my own experience in education, that I became committed to moving not just Hope and Southwest Arkansas forward, but the entire state of Arkansas. You know, my service beyond the legislature in K-12 policy also kind of extends to my old job before I became chancellor. I served as the elected prosecuting attorney for the 8th Judicial District North. And before that, even before my service as the elected prosecutor in the House of Representatives, I was a deputy prosecutor primarily assigned to juvenile court. I have seen the challenges that our communities face. I've been on the front line of those challenges, and I can tell you I have been blessed in my opportunities to serve in roles and capacities that I think have helped me make a difference in changing that trajectory. But as Chancellor of the University of Arkansas, Hope, Texarkana, I have been afforded the even greater opportunities to help change that trajectory, and I tell you, I believe the Collegiate Academy proposal that's before you today is the single most significant one that I've been engaged with so far. It's also a little personal to me. I'm a proud Hope High School graduate, 1991, and I can assure you my wife has taught in the school district, my son has attended there. One of the primary reasons that I made the transition to the University of Arkansas at Hope in Texarkana back in 2008 was because I wanted to be an active partner with the Hope Public Schools in moving that district forward and addressing head-on the issues that poverty has caused our district to face. I serve a whole lot of school districts in my capacity as chancellor, and I think this is a phenomenal opportunity to demonstrate to them all ways that we can deepen our partnerships to break the chains of poverty and move us forward. I can assure this panel this is a very well thought out process. I'm thankful to Representative Danny Watson for his comments. I'd also, for the record, like to point out that our application contains the support and approval of Senator Larry Teague, our Senate member from Hope and Hempstead County. But I'd also like to say to you that the HAPS component of our application is now HAPS, the Hope Academy of Public Service, the 5-9 program, now in its 3rd year, was part of the formation, the formative aspect of planning for the collegiate high school. You saw the challenges we face. Our model is based upon the Northwest Florida State College Collegiate High School, which has a 15-plus year record of achievement from Niceville, Florida, being the #1 high school in the state of Florida. They serve a very different population than we serve. Their population is not nearly as impoverished. And I think you will see part of the planning and the deliberate nature of this program is seen and embedded in the Hope Academy of Public Service. And you have some of the data from those first 3 years of success in changing the trajectory of many of our students in the Hope Public School. I'll end with this. We're also a very successful partner to partner with. Since 2008, the University of Arkansas at Hope, Texarkana has moved from 19th out of 22 in enrollment in the state of Arkansas for colleges to #9. At that same time, we've seen the last 5 years of the largest record-breaking classes for graduation from the University of Arkansas at Hope and Texarkana. And lastly, under Governor Hutchinson's new outcomes-based funding model for higher education, in the first year, 2 years ago, we were #7 in the state out of 22 in outcomes for our students. And this last year, we're #2 in the entire state and #1 in the University of Arkansas system. That includes the University of Arkansas at Fayetteville. So again, thank you for your time. Thank you for the consideration of our innovation. I'll be happy to accept questions.
Okay. Thank you, Chancellor. Okay. Thank you all for being here for your presentation, and we're going to go through a process to answer some questions and move forward. So, panel, before we get to your individual questions, I want to go through. I know that. Just initially, after the initial ADE review, there were some remaining questions. So I wanted to start with Dr. Boyd, just going through and reviewing the application and those questions to see if all of that has been cleared up and if there's anything remaining. So, Dr. Boyd, if you can kind of direct us to any sheets you're looking at and
Thank you. So I'll just quickly look through the summary sheet where it had the list of remaining concerns from the internal review committee, and it appears that all of those concerns have been addressed through an attachment called the supplemental response material on the board book. So you can see that it's about the fourth document down. It's called Hope Collegiate and Professions Academy Application Supplementary Response Materials. So they addressed all the concerns that we had there in writing. However, it brought up another question. They discussed using the AccuPlacer and the ACT, and so I just want to confirm that those tests are, if they'll be of any cost to students or if they'll be free for students.
Bobby Hart, excuse me, Dr. Bobby Hart. I just finished my dissertation defense last week. That's the first time I have,
Congratulations. Yeah.
that's the first time I've introduced myself like that. Imagine that. No cost to the students on the ACT or the AccuPlacer. We understand that sometimes those things can be cost prohibitive to students, and we're willing to absorb those costs.
Okay. Dr. Boyd, were there anything else then that you had from the review of that application?
No, Madam Chair, not from the internal review committee. They satisfied all the questions and concerns we had.
Okay. Next, Ms. Hyatt, if you will come forward, I wanted to see if there were any issues from the ADE legal review that we need to note before we get into questions.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. There are a couple of things. I have one, we can just go through them.
Yes, and if you'll tell us what document we can be looking at.
Sure. So, well, the first one kind of piggybacks off of Alexander's question, and is about the ACT requirements. So I have a question, I guess, as to whether those ACT requirements for admittance into the school were set by the district, or is that part of an agreement with the community college partner?
Those requirements, that ACT and AccuPlacer score are requirements at the college level. They can't fully admit a collegiate student, whether they be in the 10th grade or graduate from high school, without those requirements.
So I would just note a little bit of concern about how that might disproportionately impact students that are special ed or 504 students and their ability to be admitted into the program. It's my understanding that we don't have another charter school that has admissions criteria, so they would be the first. And a review of the charter school rules and the charter school laws don't speak to whether or not a district conversion can have admissions criteria, so I don't believe it's prohibited at the state level. But I do have concerns about the impact on special ed and 504 students.
At the federal level, the school would not meet the definition of a charter school at the federal level, and so that would keep them from applying for planning and implementation grant funding. But to my knowledge, that's the only impact that it has.
Yes, if you'll come to the microphone and state your name and position for the record.
Brian Berry, Executive Vice Chancellor, University of Arkansas, Hope, Texarkana. If I offer a clarifying point, the Arkansas Department of Higher Education requires a 19 in reading, English, and mathematics for students to be able to take those college-level courses, specifically before they've graduated from high school. And so that's a bit out of our hands, and that's an Arkansas Department of Higher Education regulation. And so that's how those scores were arrived at. Of course, students can get accommodations for the AccuPlacer, which we offer on our campus, as well as the ACT through ACT to make sure that they have an opportunity to take that test with accommodations that meets their special needs to hopefully alleviate some of those issues.
So I think my concern remains in that this would be a Arkansas public charter school that had admissions criteria that excluded students who didn't achieve at a certain level, and might disproportionately discriminate against certain subpopulations. So I'm not saying that the admissions criteria is prohibited. I'm just noting the concern for the panel. So I can move on to.
So in that line, I'm looking at the additional, that supplemental sheet that was sent where the indicators, and I'm assuming that's the criteria that was asked about. So you went over the tiers. There are the 3 tiers. So then you've got the level 2 and 3 where there is conditional admission. The others would be the acuplacer tests, as you spoke to, previous concurrent courses, persistence, class attendance, and discipline incidents. The previous concurrent courses, I guess, would be another criteria that would fall along that same line, because students are not going to be able to enroll in those concurrent courses, or I guess the question would be, are they going to be able to enroll in concurrent courses, or is that limiting also with some of our students with special needs? Or student population. So I'm wondering if there's not an additional criteria there that might also be prohibitive.
And I can let them respond to concurrent courses and how that's working, because I think they do that now.
The criteria that you're talking about is relating to the serious student, which was placed within our application. And I think there was some confusion on what a serious student is and how do you actually judge that and figure that out based off of data points. So we tried to figure out some data points that we could use to justify for a serious student. But with us having 3 tiers, we are, allowing students, we understand that there are a lot of students who do not have the college readiness scores, and that's something we struggle with, and I think it's statewide, struggling with students not receiving those scores. So the tier system has opened up an opportunity for us to allow students who are still they're not ready for the college level courses, for us to be able to focus in on those students and be able to assist them. So what you were talking about is a question that was based on one statement that was placed within our application.
Okay, would you please state your name and title for the record?
Dr. Carol Ann Duke, President at the Hope Academy of Public Service, the 5-9 school that was referenced in the application. Currently, all the 9th graders that are on our campus attend 6 hours of college credit at the University of Arkansas. That includes our 504 and special education students, because the courses that they take are pre-acuplacer ACT required courses. So they have that experience as 9th graders, and additionally, while they're taking those classes, they're out there Monday, Wednesday, Friday in a college course. Tuesday and Thursday, we're doing acuplacer prep with them as well, so that they are exposed to that test early and often. We do a lot of benchmarking with them with some other resources we have on our campus, so that they're prepared for that level of standardized testing. And at that point in time, they and their families are already having a college-based experience to see if there need to be adjustments in their IEPs or their 504s or other barriers to education, so that if they're truly serious about joining the Collegiate Academy, when and if that takes place, they've already got a growth mindset for that. And I can tell you that this is the 2nd year we've had 9th graders in the program at the college, and one of the collateral pieces of data we have is the ramp up of parental engagement, to really understand that this is a unique opportunity for students in our community, that early on, even with our 5th graders, we begin to discuss college opportunities. And so parents are learning early and hearing often about this opportunity, as well as the expectation, so that through engagement with advisory on our campus and the college campus, we're able to meet those specific needs of those students and remove some of those barriers that may be seen as underserved population barriers.
So if I could ask another question stemming from that. what is the difference in the percentages? So what increase do you see as a result of those interventions? So could you tell us how many more students then that are intervened with in order to get them ready? Because it is a concern, and that is something that's very, when you think about charters, open enrollment charters are for everyone. So,
Sure.
I can't see the rationale of being able to exclude anyone, even based on ACT, if that's and I have 2 sons, and one never got the 19 on ACT and graduated from Mississippi State University. So they struggle with the
Standardized test.
Standardized test.
Yes, ma'am.
And one managed to do, and the one that didn't did better than the one that did. So
Yes.
that would have been prohibitive for them to even get enrolled in the program. So I'd like for you to give me some idea of how interventions help that group of students to be able to overcome that barrier, because oftentimes the scores are not indicators whether or not they can be successful. In addition to that, I think that the 2-year campus and the 2-year philosophy of campus, the philosophy of 2-year institutions is to give that extra boost, to give that extra level of help. So I think that kind of is a counter indicator to me.
The difference between the traditional pathway to a 2-year school and this college immersion collegiate experience for high school students is, as Mickey referenced, for the serious student who is academically hungry for a more rigorous, ramped up college preparation experience that currently, because of the poverty level in our district, the high school is not always able to provide. My campus is a 5-9 campus we're in our 3rd year, as Chancellor Thomason told you. So those interventions that we've done early and often and started with 5th graders and moved forward with them has allowed the other campuses to focus more on those children with more academic needs, because these kids and parents that are academically and college mindset ready have a different avenue to be involved in. So the difference between the traditional, if Mickey and I are both juniors in high school, and I'm in the regular concurrent credit aspect, and Mickey is in the collegiate academy, Mickey is fully immersed in what it means to be a college student. I, on the other hand, still spend part of my day, the bulk of my day, at Hope High School taking classes to earn a high school diploma, and I may or may not have a concurrent experience that leads me to a certificate of proficiency or an associate pathway. The collegiate academy difference is that from the 10th grade on, those students are immersed in a full college experience to help them overcome the barriers of poverty and low income first generation college students, and take that moving forward so that they're in a like-minded environment with high school and college professors who are shepherding them through what normally doesn't take place till I'm a freshman in high school and I move away from home for the first time and all of my support system has been removed from me.
And I understand that, but a lot of times the difference between those two students is simply background and the educational attainment of their community, and so the lack of hunger doesn't necessarily suggest that the other student is not hungry for it. It might
That's
be
right.
the motivation and the background. So that's what concerns me in terms of who determines who's hungry, and what the level of hunger,
We open this application up to any student that's going to be in the 10th grade. Any student that is currently served in the Hope Public School District can make application, and depending on the tier that they come in at with that score will depend on the level of intervention they will get initially and the support that will be provided to make sure that if I'm a tier 3 student, by the end of my 10th grade year, I've moved up to tier 2 or tier 1 and can be unconditionally admitted.
Okay. And Dr. Duke, I'm going to ask that we pause here and go back and go through, stick to these as legal requirements right now, and then we'll
Okay.
come back to questions in more detail about the process and the students and accessibility. So, just, for noting for the panel, then we do have a concern raised about whether or not the criteria for this would limit some students, as noted, and we may have some more detailed questions later.
Yes,
Okay.
and I think there's a difference between having a program within a school district that does that versus having a public charter school that has that same criteria, just because it's a public school and it's of its own, that would be saying
A
you
separate
couldn't-
entity,
Yes,
in
ma'am.
effect? Okay.
So kind of piggybacking off of that, one of the things that was noted in the internal review committee was that there seemed to be concern over whether the applicant understood exactly what its role would be in providing services under IDEA and 504 for the students that completely attended the college courses, and that they would have remaining duties under those laws to provide services for those students. And so if we could just get a little bit of clarification from the applicant that they are understanding of their duty to provide services for special ed and 504 students, despite the fact that they might not actually be present on campus, I think that would relieve that concern.
Yes, thank you. IDEA will be addressed through the same means that it would be addressed if that student were on the Hope High School campus. Our special education teachers would work with the college professors to develop and sit in on the IEP committee, and the IEP that came with that student from the 9th grade would be implemented throughout his or her 10th through 12th grade career. We understand and completely understand the need and the requirement for servicing students through IDEA. I hope that answers your question.
And I guess just even to the point, if it were to require a teacher with certain
Regardless of-
qualifications.
If those accommodations required an aide, if it required, same thing we would do if that child were on the regular campus.
Okay. Was there something we didn't answer fully on that? Go ahead.
All right, thanks. Trip Walter, Staff Attorney, Arkansas Public School Resource Center. I visited with the Hope team, specifically Ms. Curtis, after that comment came out, and I just want to, just support what Superintendent Hart says. I mean, they realize, they have the whole time, and they realize that these students are Hope High School or Hope School District students, regardless of where they're located, and their obligation to provide services does not end when they step off the Hope School District campus and when they go to UAHT. And I think again, just to back what Superintendent Hart says, they have a clear and complete understanding of that.
Okay.
The next was regarding the waiver request for alternative learning environments. It was put on there after the original review of the application, and the rationale is that the ALE services would be being provided by the district, not necessarily the charter school in and of itself. The laws and the standards just require that the services be offered by the district, be provided by the district. So I'm unclear. I want to make sure if it's necessary to have a waiver. I don't believe it's necessary to have a waiver if the district will be providing the ALE services. And if they're not going to be providing ALE services, then the waiver is necessary. And I just wanted to clarify that with the applicant.
In response to the question, yes, ma'am, the district has a robust and strong ALE program right now, and the district will be providing those alternative services.
So will you rescind that waiver request?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, the last thing that came up during the legal review is kind of unique to this applicant. We have never had a school district that is under a consent decree apply for a charter school, district conversion charter school. So in the DSEG analysis, you can see it's attached on the agenda. The district maintains to the department that it's still under court supervision and under an active consent decree and an enforceable desegregation order regarding the effects of past racial discrimination in student assignment, and has represented to us that it is unitary in all respects except for being able to participate in the public school choice program. However, the district has never been declared unitary, and the Arkansas law doesn't allow the authorizer to approve any public school that hampers, delays, or negatively impacts the desegregation efforts of a public school district. So I just wanted to point that out to the panel so that you guys could carefully consider whether granting this district conversion charter school would negatively impact the district's ability to achieve unitary status.
And I have a question too, because I was thinking about that and all that has happened in the past relative to school choice. And I know there's been contention within the district. It was Spring Hill, is that, I know, and I look at the student population and I look at the minority population, I have to wonder where those students are. So I know that's an ongoing battle. So if we look into selective if they elect to select a certain group of kids to go into that, how does that play into the overall contentiousness around? And I don't know if you guys are in legal situation or not, but what does that say? How does this situation impact that?
We are under current consent decree, and we have asked Judge Hickey, federal judge in our area, to rule on whether we would be breaking our consent decree or violating our consent decree if we participate in school choice. You're correct in that, and she issued a temporary restraining order in August of this year. It said that we should for this year, but that was only for kids leaving the district. We should participate in school choice this year, but as I was about to say, that was only for students leaving. Those who may have been interested in coming to our district had missed the July 1 deadline, so therefore we reap no benefit there. I think to further answer your question, that answer is, or that question is in front of Judge Hickey, and I expect or hope that she'll rule on that one way or the other within the next 3 to 4 months. I serve at her pleasure. We understand that 80% of our student population is minority. So we feel very confident that the demographic breakdown of this building will mirror what our district-wide demographic is. Selection process or application process alone or separate, 80% of our students are either African American, Hispanic. I don't believe we'll be in violation. We've discussed the matter with our legal team. We don't feel it would be in violation of our consent decree.
Well, would you be in conflict with it? Violation and conflict?
I don't believe we'd be in conflict with it, no ma'am. Again, that's for Judge Hickey to decide at some point whether or not we are or aren't, but our legal team has stated that they don't believe that it would be a conflict of that consent decree.
But it does seem to kind of skew the numbers, don't you think? Maybe not.
I'm sorry, I'm not following your line of question.
I'm wondering how it doesn't create the same situation.
Well, I still don't. I don't think that we're going to be segregating by race at all, because we're pulling from our population.
Looking at the SPED population and looking at the other children and looking at those youngsters that might not be geared up and ready and excited about it based on family history, I think it would skew. I'm not saying that's something that you have the ability to control, but certainly it does skew the opportunity for minority and for students that haven't had college-going folks to be involved in the process. So it inadvertently, what do you call it, unintended consequence?
Yes, ma'am.
Is what it may be.
Madam Chair, may I address Ms.
You
Nick's
may.
question? I appreciate your concern, and given my background, I hope that you know that I have that same concern as well. The intentional design that I discussed about was engaged in to combat just that concern. As I told you earlier, the Collegiate High School at Northwest Florida is a very different demographic, for example. And that very question got asked to me when our visiting team went there to visit with them. How are you going to deal with the demographics you have and ensure that you have the opportunity, that all these students have that opportunity? And my response to that question, first and foremost, from a policy perspective, was that's why we've designed this. It is targeted to meet the needs of all the students that are in Hope Public Schools right now, and you know what those demographics are. The 5 through 9 component was one of the insurance policies that was created at the Hope Academy of Public Service. That's why that component was created, to ensure that all the issues that poverty creates for these students, and it does disproportionately impact those minority students in our district, which we are vastly a majority minority district now, that those are combated at an earlier age. We heard reference to Greenbrier. That's part of the frame of reference. We'll actually go back to Greenbrier's proposal at the University of Arkansas System Board almost 10 years ago with UA Little Rock. And that was the reality that I had when I sat there, is we have to ensure that we address these deficiencies that are generated by poverty in the community that we serve at a much earlier age and across a broad spectrum of diverse students. And if you'll look at the success, especially in minority populations, of the Hope Academy of Public Service, you will see that the impact is not an unintended consequence, but it is an exceptionally positive impact on those populations that you have concern about. I guess I can speak. You know that in its second year of creation, the Hope Academy of Public Service was issued an A rating. That's the first A rating that the school district has ever received. Those kids that are on that campus came from campuses who in the past at Hope High School had received an F rating, and Burl Henry, which I attended, a D rating. At the same time that those students that populated the HAPS Academy, which is a majority minority school within the district, those other campuses saw an elevation in their performance as well. So that success at the HAPS campus, which will buoy what we suspect based upon our data, about 50% of the applicants to the collegiate high school will come from the HAPS program. Those successes have also created successes on the other campuses. So the populations that you are concerned about have seen, during the formative aspects of this program, have seen some of the greatest successes from those initial steps that we've taken to ensure that this opportunity is broad and open to everyone. Thank you.
Ms. Hite, kind of going back to the consent decree, and I'm not sure if the entire panel is comfortable or had a chance to really look at everything there. I just want to make sure I'm understanding the actual consent decree. It was specifically with intra-district, right, issues as far as the assignment of faculty, students, ensuring, I'm looking here, faculty assignments, student assignments, and treatment of Black and other minority pupils within the school system. So am I correct in that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so with regards to what Mr. Hart said a while ago, really the consent decree is more about what's going on within the school system as much as or more than students transferring outside.
So that's kind of a point of contention, I think, between the department and the school district. That's pretty much the crux of the litigation that's ongoing. The Hope School District applied for an exemption from inter-school district school choice this year based on its consent decree and was denied, and then appealed in front of the State Board of Education. Their appeal was denied, and that is the basis of the litigation now. That the district is requesting the court to decide whether the consent decree prohibits inter-district. The department's position has always been that the consent decree prohibits intra-district, so movement within the district in terms of student assignment, and does not prohibit inter-district, outside of the district, student assignment. The district's position, I believe, is that it prohibits outside of the district student assignment as well.
Okay. All right, but given the fact that it does seem that there is a consent decree and there would be caution as far as intra-district organizational structures or the decisions made with regard to that, I do have concerns about an opportunity that would be limited to, I don't know, what's it, a total of about 150 students at the max, as far as opportunities for those with regards to the consent decree. Is that a valid concern?
So the charter school law and the charter school rules say that the authorizer must attempt to measure the likely impact of a proposed charter school on the efforts of the district to achieve and maintain a unitary system, and shall not approve any public charter school or any other act or combination of acts that hampers, delays, or in any manner negatively affects the desegregation efforts of a public school district or public school districts in the state. And since the Hope School District has not been declared unitary, I do think that the panel should carefully consider whether this charter would negatively impact the desegregation efforts of the district.
Okay, and are there any other legal things that that we need to be thinking through before we start our questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
I can address what I think may be a sticking point, and I'm not sure of the process here, but it appears to me that one of our sticking points in this conversation is the application process, if I'm hearing Ms. Newton correct, and that's a valid concern if I believe I'm hearing you correct. If that piece were removed from the application and it was on interest alone, I'm not trying to sweeten the deal necessarily, but could that eliminate some of your concerns?
From my initial concern, but then to go into the unitary status.
Yes, ma'am.
That was something that was discussed after.
Yes, ma'am.
That's an additional concern for me.
I just want to make sure that I had, in my mind, phrased your concerns
I think that
correctly.
would, yes, address that initially, but the subsequent questions and concerns that come up from
Unitary
legal
status.
and from just past knowledge of these situations, and how much that the lack of unitary status impacts decisions that not necessarily are not good decisions, but puts us in that gray area of the law
I understand.
that is a little bit
I
uncomfortable.
understand.
Okay. Do you, is it along this line?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I guess I struggle because the plan is good, you know, is what you're wanting to do. I think it's just the mechanism. And so several schools around the state are doing very similar things, partnering with their university or colleges and doing this type of work. And I think the major issue that I see here is that by asking for a conversion charter as a small subset of your high school, as opposed to saying our entire high school is a conversion charter and this is one of our pathways, is the issue. That, you know, and then whether or not it even needs to be a district conversion charter or just some waivers that could be granted. And so I worry about the deseg part of it and making a mess out of something that should be very simple to do, you know, and so I think that's some, just the
Your
overall
concerns,
issue.
Dr. Hernandez, your concerns and questions are matters that over the last 18 months that this group of people have had those similar conversations and similar debates around. We felt like this was the best avenue. I think your point is well received, that, you know, maybe there are some things done through waivers that we could do that would accomplish the goals that we're wanting to accomplish. We felt like this route was the above board way to say, hey, we want to do something innovative, we want to do something different, and it's better to ask for permission up front sometimes. I can't believe I just said that. Usually it's better to ask for forgiveness, but we're just trying to be above board and transparent in what we're doing. So I appreciate your thoughts.
Anybody else have a question with that regard? Okay, and so I guess piggybacking off of what he said, before I see if there are other questions related to the application, could this work without it being a district conversion charter? Could this work as far as just an option that you have within your high school for students?
Yes, ma'am. We have a very robust concurrent credit program right now in our high school. We can make that work. Yes, ma'am. I'm not trying to give up on the idea of the conversion application. In all honesty, in response to Dr. Hernandez's question the second time, we all understand, or I think we as a team understand, that label of charter is a marketing tool that wakes people up, gives people that puts some attention on the program that it otherwise wouldn't. Just being blatantly honest and brutally honest. But we can make this work in a number of different ways.
Okay. All right. So let me go through and see what other questions maybe are remaining. Mr. Rogers, did you have anything? Okay. Dr. Kramers.
I do have multiple comments, questions. Since we're dealing with two different structures, so K-12 and then post-secondary, in meeting the requirements of special education, all of those, you have a higher ed faculty member who you're going to ask to follow K-12 policy on attending IEP meetings and all of those. So how would you get a higher ed faculty member to comply with K-12 policy? How would you be able to enforce something like that?
Well, and I know Ms. Laura can talk on that, but the faculty that we are looking at picking believe in this model. I mean, they believe in the Collegiate Academy and what it can provide for the students. So the ones who are interested in helping and teaching this are 100% on board. So they understand beforehand what is expected of them, that you will have to adhere to the special education policy. And they understand what those requirements are, and they're willing to do whatever it takes to do that. So I think it takes that 100% buy-in to get somebody to do, follow what needs to be done.
I think the challenge is, though, they're not technically an employee of the district.
Yes.
They're an employee of the higher education institution.
I'm Laura Clark. I'm Vice Chancellor of Academics at the UA Hope Texarkana. The faculty members, a lot of our faculty members actually come from public school districts. So many of them have experience. We have some that actually still have their licensure to teach in public schools. And so in developing the charter and in developing the courses, and even as we progress into the 11th and 12th grade years, what makes us very unique is that I'm over those faculty members, and we select those faculty members who, number one, they're on board, number two, hopefully they have a background in public education, and three, they're willing to do above and beyond. And so that is where we are at. This is not a mandated, you will be doing this. This is a who is willing, and we have had an outpouring of the number of faculty who, some have even attended Hope School District, some have been previous teachers of Hope School District, who they want to be that faculty member who is teaching that 10th grade piece so that they can prepare them for their 10th grade or their 11th grade college class as well. And so hope maybe that may be hopefully has answered your question.
Thank you for sharing that. For one part of your presentation, you talked about the student using lottery scholarship funds for part of their schooling. Do you have a waiver or discussion from the Arkansas Department of Higher Ed on the fact that they have to be
That's not for these first 2 years. That's for when they transfer as a junior to a 4-year university. So because they're already going to have their freshman and sophomore year completed while as a high school student, they will transfer as a junior then to a university. So they'll be able to pull from the Arkansas Academic Challenge Scholarship as a junior and senior. It's not going to be used for their high school for the 2 years they're with us on our campus.
Okay.
Just as a clarifying point on that as well, Mickey's exactly right. But I would like to point out that that's a very important piece of this model that maybe has kind of not been highlighted, and I think it addresses some of Ms. Newton's concerns as well. these students, that are successful in the Collegiate Academy model, will still at the end of that model be impoverished students. Now, the University of Arkansas at Hope Texarkana, we recognize that the number one barrier to the success of students in our region at engaging and being successful at a higher education, the number one barrier is cost. So we are the most affordable college in the state of Arkansas for a reason. It is that reason. We're trying to address the barriers every day. And I think that that's one of the magical points. One of the students suggested that topic, and some of the energy and excitement that you've seen or you've heard about that's been generated in our communities. We've had public meetings about this program, are just that we're a family of 2 kids, and we appreciate the fact that the University of Arkansas at Hope and Texarkana is an affordable college option for our students, but what then? So my point to you is this program will help provide a diverse group of students who all share one thing in common. They're impoverished, with the opportunity to finish their associate's degree while they're in high school. That saves them over half their cost of a college education. It also ensures that they receive that degree before they engage the junior and senior year of a university study, for example, under the Roger Phillips Transfer Act. That degree alone guarantees a whole host of things, like an additional $500,000, $500,000 in earning power, the drop in their unemployment rates, the satisfaction in their employment careers. But it also helps elevate them from a $1,000 award. We've watched the policy discussion about the lottery scholarship and how those awards have changed, and I understand those dynamics. But that student then not only graduates with their first 2 years of college paid for and with a degree, so if something happens in their life in their junior and senior year that has them opt out, they still have that degree. It elevates them from a $1,000 a year lottery scholarship award to a $4,000 a year lottery scholarship award. You couple that with Pell eligibility, and that helps completely offset the cost of a higher education, whether it be at Southern Arkansas University in Magnolia, whether it be at Henderson State University in Arkadelphia, or the University of Arkansas at Little Rock. It makes that completion option. It knocks down that barrier, that cost barrier to the completion option for the students.
Okay, so I still think there needs to be further clarification on the lottery scholarship funding. So you're saying the first 2 years of their college are paid for while they're in high school?
Yes.
So what funds are paying for those courses while they're in high school that you're saying are free in high school?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Twofold. Currently, right now, UAHT is involved in a pilot program with the federal government that allows concurrent credit students to apply for and receive Pell. As I said earlier, 85% of our student population lives at or below the poverty, or qualifies for free and reduced lunch. The vast majority of our students that would be in the program would be qualified for Pell. Apart from that 15% who may not be, the district is prepared to pick up that cost. Again, simply because UAHT's cost per hour is so affordable that we know we can swing that number.
Including books and all of those things they would need as well?
Yes, ma'am. UAHT, I want to brag, and I hate to do it in front of the chancellor because they've done a really good job. They've created a tremendous savings opportunity with a textbook rental program that saves students, whether they're a concurrent student or a regular student, thousands of dollars in book fees. Mm-hmm. So we're very confident in that.
So could you just further clarify where the lottery scholarship benefit is for what you're doing? Because that would be available then once they are at
on the back end, and it's a benefit for that student and that family on the back end. Because when they leave UAHT with their associate's degree, they're no longer an entering freshman. They're now a rising junior. That $4,000, I believe it's $4,000.
Well, that's what I was going to say. There's 2 separate ways you get dollars, whether you're at a 2-year school or a 4-year school, mm-hmm. and the $4,000. I believe it's restricted more for 2-year schools than it is for the 4-year school.
I'll yield to higher ed on that. I'm not positive.
Yes, what I'm saying is you get less money going to a 2-year school. So to confirm that it is the $4,000, and I think you have to be in your final year
to get the full
to receive that. So if you're at high school, so for the lottery scholarship, you have to be a high school graduate first to qualify. then you have to be continuously enrolled. And so if they're at the high school receiving the college credits, how would higher ed, have you received confirmation that they would retroactively get the 1,000 for the first year, the 2,000 for the second year?
Yeah, please.
The legislature, Brian Berry, Executive Vice Chancellor, UAHT, the legislature actually year before last, so this is the second year of that change. And so when students graduate high school, they can petition ADHE. If they've completed 30 hours, they can petition ADHE to get their sophomore lottery money, or if they've completed 60 hours, they can petition ADHE to get their junior money when they start. And so that scholarship is graduated $1,000, $2,000, $4,000, and $5,000 for their senior year. So students have the option. They don't have to take that option. ADHE gives them the option of either entering as a freshman after they've earned if they earn an associate degree while they're in high school, or they can petition to be considered whatever classification they meet in terms of hours taken. So if they've completed 30 hours, they can petition ADHE to get the $2,000 as a sophomore. If they've completed 60 hours, they can petition to get the $4,000 as a junior. And then when they were a senior, that would automatically move to the $5,000 level. So they would not actually utilize any lottery scholarship money while they're in high school. They have to graduate high school before they have access to that scholarship money.
And in that process, it's still no guarantee that they would receive. They still have to petition as a separate process.
No, if they petition, it's granted. So they just have to write for permission. So as long as they have the 30 hours or the 60 hours completed on a college transcript, they just notify ADHE. So it's that money is in the statute how that award is funded.
Okay, and I just know the top end of that. I didn't realize the 4,000 or 5,000. You're sure on ADHE? I just would like if we could get clarification from someone on eligibility, because I didn't think two-year schools could receive the high end of that. You had to be.
We could not. So it's the same. It's actually the same at all campuses now, but in terms of freshman award, sophomore award, and junior award. So you cannot get a junior award at a two-year college. You would have to be transferred to a four-year institution, correct?
Yes, okay.
And so these students will be leaving us as they graduate high school because they were already have earned their associate degree.
Yes.
So they would be transferring to a four-year.
So that's kind of the point I'm trying to get to is the benefit you're talking about for the lottery scholarship and those funds will be beyond after everything that you've done. But you're
Yes.
talking about it as a benefit of what you're doing, where they have to go on then to qualify that.
Yes.
So it's not really a benefit of while they're in your system of what you're doing.
It does not benefit us. The benefit is directly to the student, and that they've paid for half their bachelor's degree with no out of pocket cost, and then they are able to get the enhanced award for their junior and senior year. And so instead of having to cover that out of pocket.
Okay.
So I'm going to kind of come back to an area we were talking about, because I think we could probably ask questions all day, but I think we need to go back because there was, for me anyway, the serious consideration around what we need to take into account with the desegregation analysis from that aspect. So I think what I would like is to ask the panel to have a discussion about that right now, and thoughts on that regard. And I do feel like I need to say the plan, I mean, you've developed a good plan. You've gotten the partnerships. There are obvious opportunities for students. I think our concerns up here range around whether or not there is going to be a problem with an active this desegregation consent decree, number one, and then number two, those the qualifications that were out there, and do those qualifications, while they may hold legitimate value in terms of students needing to be ready for college courses, though when you're talking about the obligation of a public school to provide opportunities for all students, are those qualifications that are there limiting to certain student populations, which could create other challenges. So I think if I would ask us to maybe kind of have a discussion there, and
Before that discussion, if it would help the process, if there was some documentation from our legal and from our legal representation explaining our thoughts and our processes on how it will or will not affect our current consent decree is something that we could always come back with if the board would like to see that. Just throwing that out there as an option for you, ma'am.
Yeah. Well, and I think any information that we would have as a panel could be helpful. Are you saying before making a decision? Are you saying in terms of whether we would decide to
I'm at your
delay a decision, I
Yeah,
guess?
If you wanted to delay a decision, I know that I feel confident that I could get that, and you could take that matter up at your next meeting if that would please the board. I just want to make that an option available to you in your conversations.
Okay. Panel, I would entertain discussion around this.
That was sort of my suggestion, or my thought is temporarily table the application until we receive some substantive report on the DSEG effect, if any, and whether the removal of the qualifications for the students that Ms. Newton raised, if that were eliminated, it seems to me like that eliminates or might eliminate a DSEG problem altogether.
I don't know,
Maybe not.
Every case is individual, but I look historically at the quagmire that this is presented when I was on the board and keeping up with affairs, that typically it's a slippery slope, and it is something that is involved deeper than I can understand as in terms of what becomes a violation of unitary status. So I don't know that a delay would do me any particular good. Could clear up some questions maybe, but not remove concern I have about the unitary status and the current, the lawsuit that the district is involved in around that, which seems to bring in a lot of those components that seem to, prompt some more questions and concerns and not toward a positive resolution. That's my perspective.
Do you have any thoughts?
No, I think I'm kind of in the same place that Ms. Newton is. I just think that by creating this standalone with criteria, even if there might not be initial criteria, there's still criteria because they won't get the credit if they don't have and be able to stay junior and senior year. I just hate it because it's a really good program. I just wish there was a way to do it and it be a program of a larger conversion charter, if that makes sense.
Other panel, do you have other comments?
So I'm just trying to catch up. I thought Mr. Hart said that he would, if that's what y'all wanted, that anyone that was interested could go into it, that they were willing to change that right now. So I think that would take care of the qualifications questions that I have. The question I have is, can you not do it now? I mean, why do we need the conversion charter? That's what I'm still a little foggy on, is if there's nothing to keep you from doing it right now and we don't get in the trouble with the unitary stuff, then why don't you go do it? And that's, I mean, I didn't mean it like that, but I mean, that's fair. And questions.
That's fair. And again,
Well
I go
said.
back to how I responded to Dr. Hernandez earlier. This conversation goes back 18 months or more with the chancellor and I when we were first throwing the idea out, and we really felt like that it was the best option so that we would be transparent in what we're doing, so that we're not trying to sneak anything around anybody. We felt like that it was the best option available, so for that very reason, so that because of some of those tensions that Ms. Newton refers to, the first thing that people think when you do create something similar is that there's an ulterior motive behind the creation. And so we were trying to be above board, and if that's a flaw in my decision-making process, I'll accept full responsibility. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. Rogers.
Yeah. And I don't think that we feel like it's a flaw. I think it's just a matter of, in terms of approving a district conversion charter, the role of this panel of having to look through all of those considerations. So I guess we're kind of at a point right now in terms of, and I don't mean to not have you speak, but I'm not sure. I think this is more of a decision that we need to make right now as a panel, and you all need to make. as an entity. Do you want to go on forward and us consider a motion here today regarding this application? Do you, and I think that may be where we are, and if someone on the panel wants to speak up, but I think Mr. Rogers.
I would be uncomfortable right now voting for any motion to move forward with the ADE legal bringing up the questions about unitary, and I agree with Ms. Willis. And if we could have something brought back that had been vetted and looked at to make at least ADE legal feel a little bit better about it, would help alleviate my concerns, because I'm going to defer to them every time. If they're saying that I'm about to make a policy on deciding whether this is unitary or not, then I'm not comfortable voting on that at all today. That's just something that I don't think that I could wrap my head around today on this.
Mary Claire Hyatt, Arkansas Department of Education. I did want to point out that in the application itself, I think it's page 62 or 63, the applicant did provide information from them about how it might impact desegregation efforts in the district. So in addition to what's on the agenda as the desegregation analysis, which is what I put together, there is something from the district in the application itself. So you do have something from the district. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that, since I wasn't clear if everyone had had an opportunity to review it.
If you're looking for it, it's prompt 19 in the application. It says application and ADE review.
Madam Chair, to keep the board from having to further delay their lunchtime, I think it would probably be in our best interest and in the board's as well if we withdrew our request and withdrew our application. I don't want to waste your time and put you in a spot where you have to vote. By many of your accounts, you said we have a good idea, a good plan, and I don't want to put you in a spot where you have to make an uncomfortable vote on something that you really can't support right now. I do want to invite you, as Mr. Rogers said, we will probably begin the implementation of this program beginning in August, and I'd like to invite you to participate in the groundbreaking and the beginnings of this program. I think we've got a fine idea, and I think it has a chance to do a lot of good for a lot of kids. So with that being said, we will withdraw our application.
Okay.
That's a good question.
Yes, go ahead and ask a question.
So will you come back and ask for any of these waivers to fully implement your program?
More than likely, yes, sir.
Okay. And that was,
That would be through the waiver process.
and I appreciate that, and that was something that I was going to say, that as you do this, if we can be of assistance in that regard,
Sure.
We would definitely help you do that, and look forward to seeing how this opportunity
Sure.
starts working for students.
Thank you.
But just as, just as importantly for me is the unitary status.
Yes, ma'am.
And how that breaks down and how it doesn't create a problem, with your pending. I don't know what you do unless you drop your suit, with the pending suit. I'm not suggesting that, but I'm saying that's lingering.
I understand.
And so how all those things, it just like the quagmire.
We
I
live
was
that
talking
every
about.
day, and we're very aware of our obligations, and we're trying to make sure we do things right for everyone involved. So I appreciate your voice and your concerns.
All right. So is there any formal action that needs to be taken, Dr. Boyd or Ms. Hyatt? No? Okay.
Madam Chairman, I would just like to personally say, I don't think you all wasted anybody's time here today.
No.
I think every one of us is mightily impressed with the team effort that you all have got down there in furtherance of the education of those kids, and hooray for you. let's keep working on it. And I think everybody here feels that way.
Yes, and especially appreciate the thoughtfulness that's put into by the higher ed partner in how do we provide early opportunities for students, and the thoughtfulness around the savings for students. So yes, I appreciate Mr. Wilson for saying that this has not been a waste of our time at all.
Just FYI, I had an opportunity to visit the same configuration of partnership in El Paso, Texas, and it's also was one of the major, was supported in a major way by the Gates Foundation. So there might be something you could look at that campus.
All good ideas are stolen from someone else. We've stolen a lot of things from a lot of people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so panel, I know that we've got things coming in the next couple of months, and Dr. Boyd can go over some of those specifics, but before we do that, I wanted us to have just a really short discussion around the possibility of having a work session, and I know we also need to discuss coming back to look at the Excel Center, as we get some clarification there. My thought around a work session was last week we issued our state and federal accountability reports to schools. We have that data ready to share with schools much earlier than we've done in the past, and it's been a really good process, and there's a lot of really good information out there. We do have some charter schools that I think it would be worthy of us looking at performance of some of those charter schools. And so a work session, if you all feel like a work session would be beneficial, that might be something good we could do, going through and really looking at the My School Info data, looking at some different things, and just maybe having our charter office give us a kind of an overall analysis of how well our charter schools are doing. We could get a kind of a summary of open enrollment and also district conversion charter schools, and then at that time maybe determine whether or not there are some schools that are elevated to a high level of concern that we may need to take a look at. So I was going to see what your thoughts are about that. Is that something you would like for us to do? So thinking of timing, we actually have a meeting scheduled on November 14th. I think that date was held in case we had any amendment requests or something come up. We could go ahead and since that day's there, go ahead and plan for that day, plan for, if it works out, maybe the Excel Center hearing on that day, if they want to come back and we look at their request and do the work session both.
Fine, we don't have other applications.
Right,
that day.
no others right now.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't anticipate that we would necessarily have anything unless something just came up that would be necessary, so.
Right, so I think this is a good idea. I just wanted to note that if you have your work session, and at that work session, you would like to put schools on notice that they will be up for a review by the panel, then that would have to be an agenda and an action if you want to hear them in December. If you want to hear them later, then then you can have like a public action, a public meeting agenda where you have an action to call them forward at a later date. But you have to be in a public meeting taking action to even call them forward.
So if we have the work session first, and then if after we have the action item for the Excel Center, if we were to identify schools during the work session, could we then bring that up on the action agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that work?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And right now, the date that we've been holding for November is the 14th.
Yes.
Is that date still good for you all?
Does that work?
Okay.
Okay. So if we could schedule that, we could schedule the work session for, do we want to say 9 o'clock? Does that give everyone a little more time? Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
not much more, but a little bit.
Or I'm open. I mean, we could start it later and,
9 is fine.
okay. And then plan for the, we may need to have a discussion. We may need the charter office to kind of review and see how much time they think going through and giving the overview of the data and walking through how much time that would take, and then we would plan the action agenda.
Okay.
What are
so
you
just,
thinking?
Yeah, I just want to know what all you want to know, because that'll determine how long it'll take. I mean, with all the schools combined, there's over 50 of them. So if we're walking, and then in some of those there are multiple campuses. So, I mean, do you want groups?
Well,
Or-
I think that maybe there could be just an overall summary provided where at a quick glance,
Okay, like a one-pager.
information about open enrollment charters, district conversion charters, maybe just an overall picture of that, but then maybe a summary of some of the, if there are some common data, if we look at schools that are very high performing or schools that maybe are underperforming, maybe going into that ESSA school index, where are we seeing more of the issues with regards to the weighted achievement? Do we have some schools that are showing really high growth? So that, for me, I think is always helpful. And I think also just and a review for those who maybe aren't as familiar with where the data are. So just maybe a short,
Okay, I think that'll take about.
short little overview of how to go in and find that information.
Yeah, I think at the least that'll take about 2 hours.
Okay. And we could do 10 to 12 and take a lunch break and then come back at 1 for the action agenda.
I think it's a good idea.
That may give a little more time if someone wanted to drive in. Would that work?
I think that's a good idea. I think that's a good plan.
Okay.
Okay.
Does anybody else?
Okay, and just real quickly, I want to thank you guys who have already been out to schools to visit that are for renewal this year. We're still trying to get those completed before December, so just a reminder there. Also, I would like to take the time to thank everyone in my office and Mary Claire Hyatt for working very diligently on the standards transitions. So far, at this point, you've seen all the transitions for all of the charter schools, and hopefully next month at the state board, they'll be confirmed and we'll have that done. It's been a tremendous undertaking, and I appreciate everyone, including the school leaders, and working with us and getting that done.
Okay. Well, thank you, and we appreciate all of you. I know you're kind of doing a dual role right now, so we appreciate that. And we appreciate everyone, because I know it takes a lot of work to get us to this point. And if there's not anything else, then I will accept a motion to adjourn, and we do have lunch in the conference room. Had a motion? Second. Okay. We are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.